Chapter 969. The Black Shadow was a humongous creature. Just its head alone was as big as a house. After its true form was revealed, it was several miles long and covered the sky. It was a giant tortoise, but not an ordinary one. It was a black tortoise. Its back was full of sharp barbs, like swords that held up the sky, flashing with cold light. A violent aura gushed out from the black tortoise, sweeping down like a tidal wave. There were 7 mortal origin cultivators below, and one of them was in the middle stage. However, when they saw the black tortoise, their expressions changed and they were shocked. Boom! The black tortoise appeared from the void with a surge of magical power. Its humongous body pressed down with a terrifying pressure. Why is there such a strong cultivator here? The mortal origin cultivators were shocked and frightened. Then, their bodies glowed as they displayed their strongest techniques. The black tortoise landed on the ground. Its chi was like a flood. It was going to use its huge body to crush these human origin stage warriors. The void couldn't withstand the black tortoise's pressure and aura. It exploded with a boom and turned into a terrifying black hole. Inside the black hole, the 7 mortal origin cultivators were struggling bitterly. At first, the 7 of them were shocked, but they still wanted to fight. However, after seeing the black tortoise's power, they lost their will to fight. At that moment, a sharp voice sounded in everyone's mind. The voice shook their souls, causing them to stop thinking for a moment. At that moment, the black tortoise moved. It was like a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the few human origin stage cultivators. Right in front of everyone's eyes, it was as if the void had been torn apart again, and a huge black hole was coming towards them. 7 human origin realm warriors, including 1 mid-human origin realm warrior, were instantly swallowed by the black hole before they could even react. The turbulent void returned to normal and the space closed again. The giant black tortoise and the 7 mortal origin cultivators disappeared. The heavenly barbarian pavilion returned to normal, as if everything that happened was just an illusion. In a remote town in the eastern region, Zichun was refining the mortal origin fruit. The fruit contained some power of law. It would take a long time for him to refine it and break through to the next stage. Bing did not put much effort into her cultivation and spent most of her time outside. Although the town was not big, it had everything. A month later, almost everyone in the small town knew that there was a beautiful girl with a small white fox. Because Zichan was always in seclusion, almost everyone forgot about his existence. On this day, Bing went out as usual and went straight to the largest pill store in the town. Arriving at the entrance, Binger saw a beautiful woman waiting there. When the woman saw Binger, her face immediately lit up with joy. "Sister Binger, come over quickly." The woman beckoned Binger over. "Sister May." Binger quickly ran over with little White following behind her. The Sister May that Binger was talking about was called Wu Mei. She was the daughter of the Wu family, the most powerful family in the town. In the entire Red Fruit town, the Wu family, which had risen up 100 years ago, was definitely the most powerful family. They had been suppressing the 2 big families for hundreds of years, and they had absolute power in the town. Wu Mei's status in the town was naturally princess level. The 2 of them met by chance and became good friends. The word friend was very unfamiliar to Bing. Back in Zhang village, she did not have any friends. Zhang Xiaofei could be considered one, but his actions had made Bing completely disappointed. Since Wu Mei was from a small town, she naturally knew more than Bing and was more knowledgeable. As the 2 of them chatted, Bing was deeply impressed by Wu Mei's knowledge and was amused every time. In Bing's heart, Wu Mei was the closest person to her other than Zichun. "Let's go. I've received news that this pill store has a batch of beauty pills." Wu Mei pulled Binger into the pill store. In the pill store, the service staff was extremely enthusiastic. Binger did not lack cultivation pills, and the quality of the pills she took out were frighteningly high. What she cared about was the beauty pills. Zichun would not give her that, and Zichun did not have them. Everyone had a heart for beauty, and naturally that included Binger. Listening to Wu Mei's nagging all day long, Binger had long since been moved. "Miss Binger, this is the beauty pills. There are 10 pills in a bottle, and each pill costs 100 high-grade primal stones." The service staff explained. 100 high-grade primal stones. Bing who did not know much about primal stones, could not help but be shocked by such a high price. That's too expensive. Wu Mei frowned, clearly displeased. The service staff hurriedly explained, "This is purchased from Stone Dragon City, which is thousands of miles away. Not to mention the long journey, this is a real beauty pill, which can keep the skin from changing. If you take it often, it will have the effect of preserving your appearance." Wu Mei was speechless and turned to look at Bing. "Sister Bing, this thing is up to you. If it is too expensive, then forget it. One pill costs 100 high-grade primal stones. One bottle costs 1,000. It's almost equal to my monthly allowance." While speaking, Wu Mei still reluctantly looked at the jade bottle containing the beauty pills. Bing was inexperienced. If Zichen was here, he would naturally be able to find the loophole in the service staff's words. Wu Mei was only at the true energy realm. When Zichen was at the true energy realm, he only used low-grade primal stones. When he reached the flying realm, he exchanged them for high-grade primal stones in the Bedlam lands. However, high-grade primal stones were extremely precious. A mere true energy realm, even if she was the princess of a small town, would definitely not be able to spend 1,000 high-grade primal stones as pocket money. Moreover, in such a small town, one had to be able to spend 1,000 high-grade primal stones as pocket money. "All right then, I want 2 bottles. Seeing Wu Mei's expression, Bing said without hesitation, 2 bottles of beauty pills, 2,000 high-grade primal stones in total. The service staff's face clearly showed a touch of joy. After receiving the bottles, Bing took out the primal stones from the spirit ring. Zichen was afraid that she would be wronged, so he gave her enough primal stones. However, because Bing had never come into contact with primal stones, and she had countless primal stones on her, she did not have a deep understanding of primal stones. In her heart, the most important things were gold and silver. If Zichen had told her that 1 high-grade primal stone could be exchanged for thousands of gold taels, and 2,000 high-grade primal stones could be exchanged for a mountain of gold, she would definitely not be so extravagant. "Sister Mei, here is one for you." Out of the 2 bottles of beauty pills, Bing gave 1 bottle to Wu Mei. The latter repeatedly refused, but could not resist Bing's stubbornness and could only accept it. "Thank you so much, Sister Bing. Let's go eat. Sister will treat." Wu Mei said happily. "All right, today I will take advantage of Sister." Bing laughed. After coming out, Wu Mei said, "Bing you go wait there first. I will be back soon." Bing nodded and left happily with Little White. Watching Bing's figure disappear, Wu Mei turned back to the elixir store. She threw the beauty pills that Bing bought at a high price to the salesperson and said, "I will sell it to her next time." The salesperson took the pills, and then took out the 2,000 high-grade primal stones from before and returned them to Wu Mei. Wu Mei took the primal stones and snorted. What an inexperienced girl. I wonder where she came from, and she has no idea what primal stones are. At this moment, a voice sounded, "Sister, you are rich this time." A young man walked out from the backstage with a smile on his face. "Wu Yu, it's you. Why are you here?" Wu Mei was surprised. "I am here to see my future wife." Wu Yu smiled. "Future wife." When Wu Mei heard this, her face immediately changed. "You are crazy. Don't have any ideas about Bing. She may be from a big family. If you have any ideas about her, be careful not to ruin your whole family." She had known Bing for more than half a month, and every time she asked where Bing came from, Bing would be vague or change the topic. Although the 2 of them talked about everything, Bing never talked about her background. She had countless primal stones on her, but she had no experience. She had reached the true energy boundary at such a young age, and she knew nothing about cultivation. If such a person said that she was not from a big family, no one would believe it. "Sister, what are you talking about? I am here to find a wife. How can I use underhanded means?" A mysterious smile appeared on Wu Yu's face as he said, "I heard that you can make her happy for half a day just by casually telling her a couple of interesting stories. Do you think that your younger brother, who has been through thousands of flowers, can't subdue a little girl who has never seen the world? Think about it. If I successfully get her, even her body will be mine. Naturally, all the primordial stones on her body will be mine. That kind of efficiency, isn't it better than scamming thousands and thousands of primordial stones? Wu Mei hesitated. Although 2,000 high-grade primal stones was not a small amount, it was obvious that Bing had more on her. Hee sister, with my methods, if you help me again, I can guarantee that it will be done quickly. When the time comes, I will take care of all the primal stones you need for cultivation. Wu Mei was tempted. Okay, I will help you, but you have to remember, don't have any bad ideas. There is a mysterious young man beside Bing and he has never appeared before. Wu Yu smiled and said, Sister, I have already asked around. When that little brat came, he stayed in a different room from Bing so they are definitely not lovers. That little brat is very young, at most a few years older than Bing Such a person should be the so-called bodyguard of a big family. He grew up with Bing so even if his talent is higher, he has already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer. We don't need to be afraid of such a person. Moreover, once Bing and I have sex, her family will not be able to pursue the matter, and at that time, our Wu family will really be able to make a comeback. Okay, I will help you with this matter, but I will say the same thing, don't force it. Otherwise, because of your stupid actions, you will implicate the whole family. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Even if I use force, I will definitely succeed. Wu Mei nodded and said, Then you come with me. I am going to have a meal with Bing and I will introduce you to her. Thank you, good sister. Wu Yu chuckled. When the two arrived at the restaurant, Bing had already been waiting for a long time. Wu Mei said, I am really sorry for making Bing wait for so long. I saw my brother on the road, so I brought him along. Bing you don't mind, right? Bing smiled, I don't mind. Then let me introduce you. This is Bing the new beauty of Red Fruit Town, and this is my brother Wu Yu. Chapter 970. Zichun, who was in seclusion, did not restrict Binger's freedom, nor did he urge her to cultivate. Everything was up to her. Binger left early and returned late every day with a happy expression on her face because she had made a lot of friends these days. These friends were all famous people in Red Fruit Town, and they were around the same age as Binger. Both sides had a common language, and during this time, Binger's generosity had left a deep impression on them. Last time, she had taken out a top-grade primordial stone because she had taken out a top-grade primordial stone by mistake. Top-grade primordial stone was a legendary existence, and they swore to the heavens that they had once thought that it was just a legend, and there was no such thing as a top-grade primordial stone at that time. But when they saw the primordial stone that Binger had taken out, they were almost 100% sure that it was a top-grade primordial stone. When Binger took out the top-grade primordial stone, she felt a strong yuan qi in it, and her face showed surprise. She felt that the primordial stone was not ordinary, but she took it back and said, This is not a top-grade primordial stone. I must have given it to the wrong person. When the other youths heard this, they immediately stared. How could she give the wrong person a top-grade primordial stone? How many primordial stones did she have at home? Could it be that top-grade primordial stones and top-grade primordial stones were mixed together? They were all rich playboys in Red Fruit Town, but they could not be compared to Binger. With a bit of flattery and a bit of effort to befriend them, Binger got along very well with them, and she also experienced a happiness that Zhang Xiyuan had never experienced before. But during this time, they had invited Binger several times to go out and play at night, saying that the town's scenery at night was very beautiful, as if Red Fruit Town should only exist in the sky and not on Earth. Binger was determined not to go, even if she showed a strong curiosity. Binger, go and play. The town is more lively at night. You will definitely have a good time. Wu Yu invited her. Binger smiled and refused. No, I have to go back at night. When the others saw this, they did not insist and could only let Binger go. After Binger said goodbye to the others, she left with Little White, and the others urged Wu Yu to send her off. Yes, Wu Yu, quickly send her off. If you want to chase after our Binger, you need to have some courage. Wu Mei laughed, and the others urged her. Binger turned around and said, No need. I can go back by myself. Besides, it's not that far. I'm worried about letting you go back alone. Let me send you back, Wu Yu said with concern. Bing who was about to refuse, suddenly thought of something and nodded. All right, I'll just have to trouble you. Why are you being so polite with me? Wu Yu smiled. The two of them left, and Little White followed beside them. The others watched as the two of them disappeared, and their eyes were filled with envy. Sigh, he's too gullible. The other youngsters sighed in their hearts. The other youngsters were truly too naive. It wouldn't be long before Wu Yu deceived him. On the way back, Wu Yu chatted with Bing. Wu Yu was humorous, making Bing giggle. Reaching the entrance, Bing looked at Wu Yu and said, Wu Yu, thank you. Wu Yu waved her hand and said, Why are you being so polite with me? We're friends after all. Bing nodded. She turned around and was about to leave when she suddenly turned around and said, Why don't you come in with me? Hearing this, Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, It's so late. It's just the two of us. It's not good. It's not just the two of us. There's someone else at home. Bing invited Wu Yu in. Hearing this, Wu Yu was a little disappointed. Just as Bing brought Wu Yu in, Zichen opened his eyes, got off the bed, and walked outside. Bing you're back. Zichen walked out of the room. Yes, I brought a friend. Bing nodded, and then stole a glance at Zichen. During this time, Zichen and Wu Yu looked at each other. Zichen smiled and said, Come in and sit. Zichen's attitude made Wu Yu's expression subconsciously become arrogant, and at the same time, she puffed out her chest. The other party was a little handsome, which was out of Wu Yu's expectations. However, thinking that the other party was Bing-er's personal guard, it was natural for him to be a little handsome. However, he was Bing-er's friend, and the other party was just a guard. In comparison, Zichen was nothing in her eyes. His name is Wu Yu. Bing looked at Zichen and introduced. Zichen nodded again, his expression calm. Wu Yu sat down casually and said to Zichen, Come, pour me a cup of tea. Bing was about to pour the tea, but was stopped by Wu Yu. He pointed at Zichen and said, Bing sit, let him pour. Wu Yu acted like the male host, which made Bing steal a glance at Zichen again. Seeing that Zichen's expression was the same, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. A moment later, Zichen came out with a cup of tea and handed it to Wu Yu. Wu Yu was dissatisfied immediately. You're such a rude guard. You only poured one cup. When Bing heard this, she covered her mouth and snickered, stealing another glance at Zichen. Zichen didn't get angry, but he didn't feel helpless either. He turned to pour the tea for Bing but Bing quickly said, No need, I'm not thirsty. AI. Wu Yu sighed and said, Bing you're too kind. Let me tell you, don't be so nice to your guards, or they'll take advantage of you and think that you're easy to bully. Just like my guards, they know what I'm going to do with just a glance. Bing face was filled with curiosity, and she deliberately leaned closer to Wu Yu, saying, Really? Your guards are so obedient. As she said this, Bing unintentionally glanced at Zichen again. Of course. What is a guard? To put it nicely, you're a guard, but to put it bluntly, you're a servant. You're just a servant. So why are you acting all high and mighty? Do you really think that you're just a guard and don't care about anything else? Serving your master is the way of the king. As Wu Yu spoke, Bing listened with great interest, her eyes shining with admiration. You guys talk. I'll go in first. Zichen said. Wu Yu waved her hand, saying, Go on, go on. A guard doesn't even know his place. Zichen returned to his room and shook his head, saying, Childish. A moment later, Bing walked in and leaned against the door, looking at Zichen who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She asked, Wu Yu left. Why? Are you angry? Zichen opened his eyes, his expression calm, and asked, What's there to be angry about? I brought Wu Yu back. Bing said, He's your friend, so you can bring him back. But he's a man. Shouldn't you be angry that I brought a man back? Bing asked, her tone a little disappointed. He's the same as you, a child. Zichen said, No, we're not children anymore. We're adults, and we're adults who can give birth to children. Bing said loudly. When Zichen heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended to cultivate. However, he still made up his mind to keep Bing, away from those scoundrels so that she wouldn't say anything else. Zichen was not angry, but Bing was. He said that you're a guard, and I'm the master. He also said that you can't even be a guard. Aren't you angry? Zichen opened his eyes again and adjusted his mood. He rubbed his nose and said, "Isn't this good? No one will suspect our identity." "No, it's not good at all." Bing found that she could not communicate with Zichen, so she left angrily. If she was ignorant about the matters between men and women before, then after staying here for more than 2 months and chatting with Wu Mei in private, she naturally knew some things between men and women. When Bing asked questions, Wu Mei would answer them, and Bing only asked about matters between men and women. Wu Mei guessed that Bing was interested in Wu Yu, so she told Bing that if they were interested, they would have to be together. Of course, this so-called together did not simply mean living together, but the union of their bodies and souls. Unfortunately, Bing only felt the former, and did not feel the union of her body and soul with Zichen. Today, Wu Yu wanted to send her back because she wanted to anger Zichen, but Zichen did not get angry, but she got angry herself. Childish. Zichen closed his eyes again and continued to refine the mortal origin fruit. Wu Yu went back proudly. Bing only introduced herself, and not the guard. In his eyes, it was disdain. His status in Bing's heart was noble, and naturally she did not want to know the name of a guard. "Bing, you're mine." Wu Yu's face was full of confidence. After that, Wu Yu started to pursue Bing fiercely, but unfortunately, he was just a little bit away from success. During this period, he went to Bing's house several times to see Zichen, but he saw that Zichen was getting angrier and angrier. After a long time of not being able to take Bing down, Wu Yu's mood became irritable, and his violent temper rose again. "I've already checked it out. It's just a guard, and his strength should not be at the flight realm. I think it won't be a problem to take Bing down," Wu Yu said. Wu Mei pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't you wait a little longer? Bing is just not enlightened." Wu Yu shook his head decisively. "I don't want to wait any longer. I want to take her down immediately. When the rice is cooked, I want to see if she's still innocent and enlightened. This is related to the future of our Wu family. You have to think carefully. If you fail, our Wu family will be doomed." Wu Mei reminded. "But if we succeed, our Wu family will reach an unimaginable height. To be on the safe side, I will think of a way to ask the 2 elders of our family to be in charge of guarding. The elders are at the flight realm, so there shouldn't be a problem. But remember, after this, you must do a good job of comforting them." "Don't worry, I have experience in this." The next day, Wu Yu asked Bing out again. "Come, let's go to the restaurant first. My sister is waiting there." When the two arrived at the restaurant, they did not see Wu Mei. After asking the waiter, they learned that Wu Mei had booked a room to rest. "Come, let's go find her." Wu Yu did not allow for an explanation and led Bing straight to the room. Wu Yu was familiar with the place and led Bing into a luxurious room. But the room was empty. Just as Bing was wondering why Wu Mei was not there, the door behind her closed automatically. And Wu Yu, who had a kind smile on his face, in the next moment, revealed a ferocious expression and reached out his evil claws to pounce on Bing. Chapter 971. Wu Yu's face was ferocious and crazy as he pounced on Bing. Bing sensed something behind her and immediately turned around. Seeing Wu Yu's demonic claws, she panicked and asked, "Wu Yu, what are you doing?" "I want you." Wu Yu pounced on Bing. Bing's face changed, and she immediately took a few steps back. Then, she lifted her leg and kicked Wu Yu away. "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" Bing's face was cold. Wu Yu crawled up from the ground, and his face immediately changed. He exclaimed, You have reached the 5th sky of true essence. 3 months ago, Bing was only at the 2nd sky of true essence. Who would have thought that in just 3 months, her strength would rise to the 5th sky of true essence? And the worst part was that Bing did not cultivate much. "Move, I want to go out." Bing's face was covered with frost as she said coldly, "Humph, in your dreams. You are mine. Before I get you, you can't go anywhere," Wu Yu said ferociously. Binger had been waiting for this sentence for a long time, but unfortunately, she hoped to hear it from Zichen's mouth, and not Wu Yu's. Immediately, anger appeared on her face, and then disgust. Wu Yu pounced on Binger unwillingly. This time, his body flashed with light, and his aura surged. He was at the third sky of true essence, 2 realms lower than Binger. Binger snorted and kicked Wu Yu again. Then, with a bang, Wu Yu was kicked away again. I'm warning you, don't go too far, or I won't be polite to you. Binger's face was covered with frost. Obviously, she knew that she had been tricked by Wu Yu. Wu Yu pounced on Binger for the 3rd time, but the effect was not much different. Only this time, he was not sent flying, but retreated. Wu Yu knew true essence techniques. Although he was 2 realms lower than Binger, he should be able to gain the upper hand against Binger, who did not know any techniques. However, the purity of Binger's true essence was too high, and it directly made up for the flaw of not knowing any techniques. Wu Yu originally wanted to use violence against Binger, but after exchanging blows, he realized that he could not beat her. Looking at the ferocious Wu Yu, Binger's eyes were filled with disgust. At the same time, she was wondering why it wasn't Zichun. She didn't hold back anymore. She lifted her leg or struck out with her palm, using pure elemental energy. Amidst the sounds of pong-pong, Wu Yu was quickly beaten into a pig's head. Humph, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you. Wu Yu was beaten up so badly that he couldn't get up. Binger glanced at him and said coldly. When Wu Yu heard this, he felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. The forbearance that he had endured for the past few months had almost completely collapsed in front of Binger. The saddest thing was that he was the one who had attacked Binger, but he was the one who had been beaten. Binger left behind some harsh words as she walked towards the door and pulled it open. When the door opened, there was a middle-aged man standing at the door. He was tall and had a ferocious look on his face. Binger felt a dangerous aura from him and immediately knew that she was no match for him. She subconsciously retreated and at the same time sent a message to the jade carving on her chest, asking for help. Uncle Black, stop her. Don't let her escape. Wu Yu crawled up from the ground and said to the big man with a pig's head. This was the flight elementalist that he had invited behind his father's back. He was also his father's good brother. Originally, he was there to guard against Binger's guard, but he didn't expect that before the guard came, he would be beaten up by Binger first. Step back. Don't force me to make a move. The big man opened his mouth, his voice cold. Binger retreated step by step until she was in front of Wu Yu. Then, with lightning speed, she grabbed Wu Yu's neck with her right hand and said coldly, "Let me go, or he'll die." The big man sneered and raised his hand to shoot out a ray of energy. This ray of energy hit Binger, and the latter didn't even have time to react before she was sent flying. Binger was sent flying, blood flowing out from the corner of her mouth. Wu Yu rushed forward again, but after a pong sound, he was sent flying again by Binger. With a pa-pa sound, many things in the room were smashed. Seeing that the girl who was hit by his attack was actually able to counterattack, a strange look flashed across the big man's eyes. He thought to himself that she was indeed from a great aristocratic family. She was indeed extraordinary. Wu Yu crawled up from the ground with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His expression became sinister and even crazier. Uncle Black, seal her essence force for me. His bestial nature had been unleashed. The big man raised his hand and pointed out 2 fingers. 2 rays of energy shot out. The first ray of energy broke through Binger's defense and forced her to retreat, while the second ray of energy sealed her strength. Binger immediately became an ordinary person. Her face was filled with panic as she retreated in fear. Haha, I said you're mine. Wu Yu laughed loudly and pounced towards Binger. A cold smile flashed across the big man's face. He was about to close the door and leave, but just as his hand was placed on the door and before he could take a step, his body stopped and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Wu Yu had already pounced onto Binger and was only inches away from Binger. However, his body seemed to be frozen in midair, and he was actually unable to take another step forward. Time in the room seemed to be frozen. When everyone felt that they could move again, Wu Yu pounced on nothing and fell down. There was another person in the room. It was a young man dressed in black and had a cold expression. "You, how did you get in?" The big man looked at the young man in shock. One had to know that he had set up a restriction in this room. The restriction was still in place, but the young man had appeared in the restriction without making a sound. It's you." Compared to the big man's shock, Wu Yu's expression was much colder. He pointed at Zichun and said coldly, "Uncle Black, kill him." Pa Zichun sent Wu Yu flying with a slap. Of all things to learn at such a young age, why must you learn such despicable things? Zichun said coldly after sending Wu Yu flying with a slap. Zichun. Binger rushed toward Zichun and threw herself into Zichun's arms. At this moment, her face was filled with fear and fear. Zichun patted Binger's head and said, "It's okay. I'm here." Wu Yu crawled up from the ground. During this time, he coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood and a few teeth. He was sent flying with a slap, but he did not feel frightened. Instead, the anger in his heart burned even more. He pointed at Zichun and said coldly, "Uncle Black, Uncle Wong, kill him." In an instant, another person appeared in the room. It was an old man with eyes like lightning. His body was surging with the aura of flight. When he saw Zichun, his expression changed greatly. Zichun had an extremely strong power hibernating in his body. Before this power was released, it had already suppressed them to the point that they could not breathe. The old man and the big man stood there, not daring to move. Their faces were filled with shock. Zichun sent another slap in the air. Wu Yu was sent flying again. Seeing that the 2 flight masters did not make a move, Wu Yu would be a fool if he still did not understand the situation. He already felt that something was wrong. He had underestimated this guard. His heart was filled with fear, and he quickly begged for mercy. Obviously, this somewhat handsome guard was also ridiculously strong. Even the 2 flight masters did not dare to face him. During this time, Zichun sent out another 2 slaps, causing Wu Yu to roll on the ground and beg for mercy. "Senior, this is our fault. We have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us and let Wu Yu go." The 2 flight masters looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's face. They quickly begged for mercy. Zichun did not say anything. He continued to control the palm seals in the air. His face was expressionless. Zichun only stopped when Wu Yu was on the verge of death. After stopping, Zichun looked at the 2 coldly and said, "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Hang them on the city wall and display them for a month." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun waved his big sleeve forward. A hurricane appeared out of thin air in the room. After the hurricane appeared, it swept Wu Yu up. Then, it opened a big hole in the roof and flew out. The hurricane flew directly to the city wall outside the town. Then, the hurricane turned into an energy rope. The rope tightly bound Wu Yu and hung him on the wall. The sudden scene shocked the people in the city. They looked up at the person who was hung up. His face was swollen and could not be recognized from his appearance. However, cultivators did not necessarily have to look at a person's appearance. Immediately, someone felt a familiar aura and shouted, "This is Wu Yu from the Wu family." Wu Yu from the Wu family. Could he be the son of the Wu family's head, Wu Jin? Oh my God. Who is so bold to beat Wu Yu up like this and hang him on the city wall? Those who saw Wu Yu, knew him, and knew his identity were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Wu Mei and some other young people were outside. They did not know what happened in the room. At this moment, they were waiting for Wu Yu's good news to spread. However, a moment later, they heard a sound and saw an energy hurricane appear. And inside the hurricane, there seemed to be a person. The few of them felt that something was wrong and immediately chased after the hurricane. Then, they saw Wu Yu at the city gate. The group of young people's faces changed immediately because they knew that Wu Yu was fully prepared for this day. He even invited 2 flight masters. But now, what was going on? The few of them looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. If this failed, the entire Wu family would be in trouble. Feeling that something was wrong, the group of people hurried to the restaurant. This restaurant was the property of the Wu family. It could be said that they were on the same side. When they arrived, they saw the restaurant shake and then completely collapse. And from the collapsed restaurant, 4 people walked out one after another. Among the 2 people in front was Bing, and a young man in black. Behind the young man, there were two people. Their expressions were extremely respectful. They nodded and bowed, as if they wanted to kneel on the ground. When Wu Mei saw the attitude of her guards, her expression changed completely. Her eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, Bing seemed to have sensed something and looked over. She saw Wu Mei and the others beside her. In Bing heart, these people were all friends. But now, when she saw them again, Bing eyes were cold. Wu Mei's mouth squirmed. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not speak. Chapter 972. Zichen left with Bing. The two of them looked at the two's back, their faces full of bitterness, but more than that, they rejoiced. After hanging for a month, Wu might have died, but the Wu family was saved. Uncle Hey, what happened? Wu Mei and the others ran over from afar. The big man looked at Wu Mei and snorted. It's all your fault. You almost killed the entire Wu family. Wu Mei's face paled. The thing she was most worried about had happened. She asked, Uncle Hey, what happened? Isn't he in the true energy boundary? The big man was furious when he heard that. If he was in the true energy boundary, then what were they? Mortals or true energy boundary? The old man's face was still ashen. The big man coldly said, Bullshit, true element boundary. His strength is much stronger than the two of us. Not to mention us, even if your father came, he would be able to crush him with a single finger. What? Wu Mei's face changed, and fear appeared on her face. She said incoherently, Then what should we do? What else can we do? Let Wu hang there. As for you, quickly follow me back to find your father. The big man said angrily. Wu Mei obediently followed the two back, leaving the other youngsters behind. Strange. If Binger's bodyguard is so powerful, why didn't he kill Wu Yu and slaughter the entire Wu family? Yes, such a beastly act should be punished by death. The other people's pale faces returned to normal, but their eyes were full of doubt. Uncle Hey, is what you said true? Binger's bodyguard is really that powerful. On the way back, Wu Mei said carefully, Your Uncle Wang and I were almost scared to death just now. Do you think it's fake? The big man stared at Wu Mei. Wu Mei hesitated for a moment, then asked, Then why didn't he kill my brother and not pursue this matter? Wu Mei's question startled the big man. Yes, why? The two of them were also very puzzled. Then they looked at the old man. The old man sighed and said, The opponent's strength is unfathomable, but he didn't appear before. Only when the little girl was in trouble did he appear. I guess you guys planned this behind her back, and he already knew. Then why didn't he stop it earlier? I think it has something to do with that little girl. She's too innocent and doesn't know the dangers of the world. The other party probably brought her out to gain experience. The elder sighed and said, Training is one thing, but what we should be praying for is that they are soft-hearted, because this kind of matter is enough to implicate the entire family. If they really want to exterminate the Wu family, there is nothing we can do. What about your younger brother? Wu Mei asked. Wu Yu, no one can save him. Maybe your father has a way. The group hurried back to the Wu family and called out Wu Zhan, who was in seclusion. When Wu Zhan heard what had happened, he flew into a rage. What? You bunch of disappointing things only know how to cause trouble. Do you think the people of the aristocratic families are so easy to bully? It's one thing for a child to not know the severity of the situation, but you guys? Not only did you not advise him, you even dared to help him. Wu Zhan reprimanded the three of them like dogs. The three of them didn't utter a single word. Is the other party really so strong that even you guys aren't his match? After reprimanding, Wu Zhan asked. When the big man heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He said, We didn't even dare to make a move. How could we be his match? Not to mention us, big brother, we can feel that if you go against him, you won't even be able to withstand a pinch of his finger. The corners of Wu Zhan's mouth twitched, but there was also a look of horror on his face. Obviously, they had really kicked an iron plate. Hurry up and give me the things you swindled. Come with me, Wu Zhan said angrily. What are we going to do? Wu Mei asked. Of course we're going to apologize and kowtow to apologize. Do you think we're going to propose marriage for you? Wu Zhan glared. The four of them quickly left the Wu family and went to Zichen's residence. In a short time, the entire red fruit town was spreading the news, and it was the most authentic version. Wu Yu had been hung for a long time, but the Wu family didn't send anyone to deal with him. Obviously, the other party had a great background. In the room, Binger's face was full of self-blame and guilt, but more than that, she was disappointed. This morning, she was in a hurry to go out and didn't even bring the little white fox. She didn't expect this to happen. Zichen stood in front of Binger and asked, "Are you still going out?" Binger shook her head, her face full of grievance. Zichen patted Binger's head and said, "You're still young and don't know anything. It's not wrong to treat people with sincerity, but you can't trust others easily. That Wu Mei didn't have good intentions when she contacted you. Do you remember the beauty rejuvenating pill? Its quality is extremely low, and a bottle is only worth a few low-grade primal stones. She sold you a bottle for 1,000 primal stones. She was lying to you. Also, the clothes you bought recently are for ordinary people. They don't have any effect, but they look luxurious. These things are only worth a few primal stones. They're even willing to buy them with gold and silver." Binger blankly looked at Zichen and said, "Isn't gold and silver more valuable than primal stones?" Zichen smiled and said, "Gold and silver are only the currency used by ordinary people. Primal stones are the currency used in Tianwu continent. The primal stones you spent before, if exchanged for gold and silver, should be enough to exchange for a dozen mountains." Binger looked at Zichen in shock. "It's my fault. I didn't tell you in advance. But today's matter is also a lesson. You have to remember it in your heart." Binger nodded and said, "I know. I won't trust anyone in the future." Zichen smiled and said, "It's not that I don't want you to trust me, but you have to have reservations. Don't trust others so easily. Don't you want friends? When we go back, I'll introduce you to some friends. Those are real friends." Zichen was aware of Binger's every move in the small town, including the conversations and schemes of Wu Mei and the others. Zichen didn't stop Binger, so that she could learn from her mistakes. In the past, he had also been betrayed, but at that time, there had been no one behind him. If it hadn't been for his heaven-defying luck, he would have long since died. Zichen was destined to not be able to accompany Binger forever. So when she was under his protection, it wasn't a bad thing to suffer a bit. Binger was still a child. With Zichen's persuasion and guidance, as well as changing the topic, she quickly became happy. However, Zichen could see that today's lesson had been deeply engraved in her heart. "Senior, Wu Zhan has come to bring my daughter to apologize." Wu Zhan's voice rang out from outside. Zichen frowned slightly and indifferently said, "You know how to conduct yourself. If it had been someone else, they would definitely have been infuriated. Or perhaps they would have directly gone to save their son. Of course, if it had been someone else, perhaps Wu Zhan would have done the same." "Wu Zhan has come to bring my daughter to apologize." "Senior, please open the door," said Wu Zhan when Zichen didn't reply. Zichen looked at Binger. The smile on Binger's face had disappeared. It was obvious that she was still angry. She directly walked to the door and opened it. Seeing Wu Mei kneeling on the ground with a guilty expression, she icily said, "You can leave. I don't want to see you again." Wu Mei's mouth opened as if she wanted to say something, but Binger directly slammed the door in her face. The three people outside exchanged glances. They didn't know what to say. "You can leave." Zichen's voice rang out from within the room. "Senior, we've come to apologize. Here are these things." Wu Zhan took out the yuan stones that Binger had given him, as well as other things. There were a lot of them. They were over 80% of the Wu family's wealth. "There's no need. I've already given them to you. You can leave." Zichen's voice was much colder. "Senior, we're just a branch of the Wu family. Please show us some mercy," said Wu Zhan. "You have two choices. The first is for the Wu family to be exterminated and everyone to die. The second is for Wu Yu to stay outside the town for a month." Zichen's indifferent voice was filled with indifferent killing intent. The four of them couldn't help shivering. As expected, every expert was decisive when it came to killing. Wu Zhan could only leave unwillingly. He didn't even go outside the town to see his son, nor did he give him any help. He didn't dare. After returning to his residence, Wu Zhan's expression changed, and he sighed repeatedly. No one knew that this Wu of Wu Zhen's was the same Wu as the illustrious Wu of the eastern region. As for Wu Zhen himself, he was also an expert. However, he had committed a grave mistake and had been banished from the Wu family. In truth, he had no relationship with the Wu family at all. That was because the Wu family didn't even acknowledge his existence. However, he had another life-saving straw. Whatever. Since things have gotten to this point, I can only trouble him. Wu Zhen waved his hand and took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant emitted a blue light. There was a dragon and phoenix carving on it, and on the other side was the character Wu. Of course, the reason he had suffered such an unimaginable injury was to save one person. Back then, that person had given him a medallion and told him to come find him if he needed help. Over the years, Wu Zhen had never come to him for help. But today, for his son, he had no choice but to use this method. Pong. The jade pendant was crushed and a sense of urgency was released from it. In the distant Wu family, a young man sensed the aura and frowned. He looked in the direction of the aura. This is the aura of the jade pendant I gave to Wu Zhen back then. I think he must be in trouble. Back then, in order to save me, he suffered an unimaginable injury, and his cultivation base regressed. Even his precious pill couldn't recover. This is what I owe him. Now that he's in trouble, I must do my best to help him. The young man's eyes were filled with determination. His status in the Wu family was very high, and he had come from the ancient road. On the ancient road, he had advanced to the Xiantian realm, so his strength was naturally terrifying. This time, he didn't even bring anyone with him. A few days later, the young man arrived at Red Fruit Town. Wu Zhen had been waiting outside the town. When he saw the young man arrive, his face flashed with excitement, and he quickly went to greet him. Wu Zhen, what happened? The young man immediately asked. Wu Zhen shook his head and sighed. Ah, the family is unfortunate. Wu Yu, since you're here, I'll leave this matter to you. Let's go back first. I'll tell you the details. On the way back to the town, Wu Yu saw Wu Yu tied up outside the town. He frowned, wondering who was so cruel to tie him up. It was obvious that he had been beaten up before. In the living room, wine and dishes were served. Wu Zhen recounted Wu Yu's matter. He didn't exaggerate, but told the truth. Wu Yu, I'll leave this matter to you, Wu Zhen said. Wu Yu frowned and said, this matter is your family's Wu Yu's fault. It's commendable that the other party didn't kill you to vent his anger. But since I'm here, I'll settle this matter for you. If reason doesn't work, then use your fists. Wu Zhen's expression changed. I'm afraid that won't work. The other party is very strong. Wu Yu smiled. This time, I've advanced to the Xiantian realm. As long as the other party is still in the core essence realm, I think I can deal with him. Even if he's... As Wu Yu spoke till here, he immediately paused. Wu Zhen's expression also changed. The two of them turned their heads, their eyes seemingly penetrating the wall and landing on the ground below. Chapter 973. An oppressive aura suddenly appeared in Red Fruit Town, enveloping the entire town. The mortals in the town suddenly felt suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. As for the cultivators, they felt a sense of danger, as if they could lose their lives at any moment. This aura completely enveloped Red Fruit Town. The clear skies of Red Fruit Town were covered by dark clouds in the next moment, and not a single ray of sunlight could be seen. The pitch-black Red Fruit Town was like the end of the world. Everyone was panicking. This is the aura of the mortal origin realm. Someone has broken through to the mortal origin realm. Wu Zhen exclaimed. He'd once been a core realm cultivator and had seen many things. Naturally, he recognized this aura. Moreover, he could feel that this aura belonged to an extraordinary mortal origin realm cultivator. What a powerful aura! Wu Yu's eyes flashed. He stood up and looked into the distance. Is the person you're talking about living in a courtyard 5 miles away? Wu Yu asked. Wu Zhen nodded. That's the place. Why? Is this aura coming from there? Wu Yu said, it's a very powerful aura. He's definitely not an ordinary origin realm cultivator. Come, let's go take a look. Is it appropriate to go now? Wu Zhen was shocked, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. It's fine. Let's go. The two of them flew toward Zichen's residence. Wu Yu wasn't being reckless when he didn't ascertain the other party's strength. It was because he sensed an extremely familiar aura from this aura. This aura belonged to a foreign race. His expression didn't change as he flew forward, but countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If the other party really was a foreign race, then this matter couldn't be left unresolved. Humans and foreign races were mortal enemies. It was so in the past, and it was even more so now. The two of them arrived outside Zichen's residence in a moment. They looked down. The aura that had enveloped Redfruit Town had come from here. However, Wu Yu only sensed the aura of the true origin realm in the room. The oppressive aura lasted for a full 15 minutes. During this time, the people of Redfruit Town lived in a world of terror. A quarter of an hour later, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and the sun shone again. Redfruit Town was bright again, but the fear in everyone's heart didn't dissipate for a long time. I am the Wu family's Wu Yu. I've come to meet you. After the oppressive aura in the room disappeared, Wu Yu spoke. Wu Yu. An extremely familiar voice came from the room. Hearing this voice, Wu Yu's expression immediately changed. There was disbelief in his eyes because he was too familiar with this voice. He knew the owner of this voice too well. However, according to what Wu Yu knew, the owner of this voice should have died. At this moment, the door opened and Zichen walked out of the room. Zichen, it really is you. The disbelief in Wu Yu's eyes deepened. Wu Yu, it's you. Why are you here? Zichen was clearly surprised. Logically speaking, when Wu Yu entered the ancient road, he would be at the mortal essence realm the next time he came out. However, the current Wu Yu was clearly only at the core essence realm. When Wu Zhan heard that the two of them were familiar with each other, the worry in his heart dissipated. Kaka, Wu Yu. Suddenly, another voice came from the room. Then, a tall black figure walked out. From this tall black figure, there was an extremely unstable aura. This aura was vast and boundless, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Wu Zhan's relaxed mood tensed up again. Shock flashed through his heart. Obviously, there was not one person, but two. Moreover, one of them was at the mortal essence realm. Demon Ape, it's you. Wu Yu's eyes flashed. He had felt a foreign aura before, but he did not expect it to be the Demon Ape. Humans and foreign races were mortal enemies, but the Demon Ape was not one of them. Because the Demon Ape was Zichen's friend, Wu Yu descended from the sky and asked almost at the same time as Zichen, "Why are you here? Why are you here?" Then, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. Binger suddenly ran out of the room and saw the two strangers. She knew one of them. It was Wu Zhan, Wu Mei's father, who had come to apologize a few days ago. She did not know the other one. Wu Yu saw Binger and said, "This must be Binger." Binger looked at Wu Yu, but did not speak. Zichen said, "Come, Binger. Greet your brother Wu Yu. He is my friend." Brother Wu Yu. Wu Yu smiled, but did not mention anything about Wu Yu. He did not even introduce Wu Zhan to Zichen. Knowing that this person was Zichen, Wu Yu knew that the reason he did not attack the Wu family was purely out of kindness. As for Wu Zhan's previous guess, it was completely wrong. Zichen was not someone from a big power. He was just a rogue cultivator. Of course, this was only on the surface. But even so, Zichen and the Demon Ape were already more powerful than many big powers. If one really wanted to talk about background, then Zichen had the ancient family behind him. This was a big family that was comparable to the Five Elements families. His background was definitely strong enough. The four of them entered the room, and the four of them sat down. Wu Zhan stood behind Wu Yu. He was Redfruit Town's strongest expert, but he was unable to get a seat in front of Zichen. "Why are you here? The rumors say that you're dead. They've already sent out news that they're searching for your corpse in the western region," said Wu Yu as soon as they sat down. "The western region? Why would they want to find me there?" asked Zichen. Binger poured tea for them. Wu Yu took a cup and said, "The news says that you should be in the western region?" Zichen nodded. He was most likely referring to the Jin family's medallion. Zichen looked at Binger. "I almost died. It was her and her grandfather who saved me. However, her grandfather was killed by the Martial Heaven Alliance's people, so I brought her out." "The Martial Heaven Alliance? Did you provoke them?" Wu Yu frowned. Zichun smiled carelessly. It can't count as provoking them. Those scum deserve to die. Furthermore, I even dared to provoke their own families, so there's no need to mention them. Wu Yu nodded and didn't say anything more. To tell the truth, Zichun had too many enemies. Other than the ancient races, practically every powerful family on the martial heaven continent was Zichun's enemy. Wu Jin quietly listened to their conversation, his expression constantly changing. Inside, he was shocked by the content of their conversation. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be in the ancient path? It seems that when you came out, you became a mortal Yuan expert. Could it be that you were also expelled midway? Asked Zichun. Wu Yu bitterly smiled. He glanced at Zichun and then at the devil ape. There was a change in the ancient path. The outsiders invaded, and I was accidentally sucked into a spatial crack. I luckily didn't die, but when I saw the light of day again, I found myself in the outside world. What? The outsiders invaded? Wu Jin let out a startled cry. Zichun exchanged a glance with the devil ape. Didn't we destroy that thing? How could the outsiders still invade? Wu Yu shook his head. No one knows. However, the outsiders invaded the ancient path, and a large number of them charged in. The laws of the ancient path are no longer complete, and the ancient path has become even more dangerous. Wu Yu explained what had happened before and after the change in the ancient path. Zichun and the devil ape's expressions changed. It had to be known that when they had been surrounded, the two of them had been on the verge of death. However, the earth had suddenly trembled, and the laws of space had twisted, giving them a chance to survive. Zichun had originally thought that this chance had been given to them by the Earth Yuan experts of the ancient races. But now that he thought about it, it should have been caused by the outsiders. After that, Wu Yu explained a few things that had happened after the change in the ancient path. Then he told Zichun just how powerful the outsiders were. News of the outsiders' invasion has already spread to all the martial heaven continent's powerful families. Many of them are actively organizing people to enter the ancient path. However, it's different from the past. Now, those who enter are all elites, and they have all reached a certain realm. As the two of them chatted, they didn't mention Wu Yu's matter. It was as if Wu Yu had forgotten why he had come here. Hearing about the ancient path and the outsiders made Binger extremely curious. However, when she heard that the weakest person to enter the ancient path was at the origin core realm, she stuck out her tongue. Did you come here for Wu Yu? Asked Zichun after a moment. Wu Yu glanced at Binger. I heard about Wu Yu's matter. This matter was originally his fault. However, in order to save me, Wu Zhan was heavily injured, causing his cultivation base to drop. If it weren't for that, he might have reached the mortal realm. Zichun nodded. Since that's the case, then let's forget about this matter. After that, Zichun looked at Binger. Binger, what do you think? You have the final say, said Binger with a smile. In truth, Binger had been extremely happy these days. Although she had been schemed against by Wu Mei and Wu Yu, she was still extremely happy when she learned that Zichun had been paying attention to her. Hearing that, Wu Zhan's expression became extremely excited. He said, Many thanks for your magnanimity. Our residence has already prepared a meal. Would you like to have a meal with me? Originally, there had been an extremely high-grade restaurant in the town. It was one of the Wu family's businesses. However, it had been destroyed by Zichun, so they had to return to their residence to eat. Zichun waved his hand. There's no need for a meal. A moment later, Wu Yu and Wu Zhan left. Zichun needed to enter seclusion. Now that the devil ape had broken through, Zichun needed to break through as soon as possible as well. During this period of time, Wu Yu did not mention anything about the lightning god temple. Evidently, the other party did not know about it. He only regretfully informed them that the mortal energy fruit had appeared, but something had happened. No one knew if it had been obtained by someone else, or if it had disappeared on its own. After the two left, Zichun went into seclusion to refine the mortal energy fruit. This time, he was wholeheartedly in seclusion. As for Binger, she was left in the care of the devil ape. After what had happened to Wu Yu, no one dared to have any ideas about Binger in Redfruit Town. Furthermore, because of what had happened the last time, Binger had spent more time playing than cultivating. This time, Zichun had spent 3 months in seclusion. During these 3 months, he had been refining the mortal energy fruit day and night. His essence, energy, and soul had reached a perfect state. Chapter 974. Wu Zhan had already heard of Ziqin's deeds from Wu Yu, and it really gave him a fright. Ziqin had slaughtered the so-called invincible spiritual body and killed human origin realm cultivators as if they were chickens or dogs. Wu Zhan was glad that he had made the right decision. He hadn't gone to save his son out of anger and caused trouble for Ziqin. If that had happened, his small Wu family would have disappeared from Red Fruit Town. Even if Wu Yu's Wu family learned of this, they wouldn't have stood up for him. Wu Yu had already been brought back. He had been beaten to a pulp by Ziqin and then hung on the city walls for 7 days. Quite a few people had seen him when he had been rescued. He had been on the verge of death, but with the support of Wu Yu's medicinal pills, he had recovered in just a few days. Once he recovered, Wu Yu no longer dared to have any ideas about being Under Wu Zhan's insistence, he and Wu Mei were forced to stay in the clan to cultivate. Other than that, the other 2 powers that were only weaker than the Wu family, as well as some other powers with some fame, restricted their disciples to not go looking for trouble. They didn't want to implicate their entire family. The Wu family had profited from their misfortune. They had managed to befriend that expert, but they didn't think that they would be able to bring about the same result again. Wu Yu hadn't left. He had been waiting here. During this time, he had gone to find Ziqin several times, but he hadn't seen him. The devil ape had told him that Ziqin was in seclusion. The devil ape had broken through to the human Yuan realm and was familiarizing itself with its new power. It had to be said that the devil ape's power had grown even more terrifying. Amongst the other races, the famous heaven-splitting battle ape would also grow stronger as its power increased. That was the reason why everyone trembled. Ziqin was in seclusion. Adding on the devil ape's breakthrough, the conflict with the Martial Heaven Alliance, and the fact that he knew that the 4 spirit bodies had died recently, Wu Yu guessed that the mortal Yuan fruit had been snatched away by Ziqin. This was because only Ziqin had the strength to kill the invincible spirit body, and the invincible spirit body was a complete joke in front of Ziqin. Just like 3 months ago, an oppressive aura appeared in Red Fruit Town once again. This aura appeared without warning and was very sudden. However, when the aura appeared, the power of laws surged. Many mortals felt as though they had been struck in the heart by a heavy hammer. Their vision turned black as they fainted. All the mortals in the town, whether they were outside or at home, immediately fainted when this aura appeared. As for those who were still dreaming, they didn't wake up at all. In addition, this aura also caused the expressions of many cultivators to change. Amidst a series of heavy shock waves, most of the cultivators coughed up blood and fell to the ground. They were like demonic beasts that had seen their king, prostrating themselves on the ground. This aura caused everyone to be overwhelmed with shock and fear. Unlike 3 months ago, the entire Red Fruit Town was no longer covered by dark clouds. Instead, it was illuminated by golden light. Within the golden light, there was a king's aura, a strange fluctuation, a strange power, and the power of laws surging. This is the aura of the mortal origin realm. Ziqin has broken through. Feeling this oppressive aura, everyone in the Wu family mansion changed their expressions. Wu Zhan even cried out, "It's him. He has broken through." In this world, I'm afraid that only he who has broken through to the mortal origin realm can have such a terrifying aura. He can actually directly trigger the power of laws, Wu Yu exclaimed. Ziqin had broken through in just 3 months. He was completely sure that the mortal origin fruit that had appeared that day had been obtained by him. As for the few spirit bodies that had died without any clues, they were naturally killed by Ziqin. In his residence, Ziqin's body was emitting a golden light. This golden light was the perfect power in his body. It penetrated the house and went straight into the sky before enveloping the entire Red Fruit Town. Ziqin's perfect essence, vitality, and spirit rapidly transformed at this moment. This was a qualitative transformation. He became stronger and more flawless. Although the original 3 powers were perfect, they weren't flawless. It was just like the 3 circles. Although they were perfect circles, they were 3 separate and not connected together. Now that he had broken through to the human origin stage, the 3 circles were intertwined with each other, forming a perfect circle. Zichen had achieved a true perfect body, a flawless perfect body. As soon as he broke through, he naturally felt a divine power that belonged to the perfect body. This was the power that the spirit body had displayed back then. It could mobilize the heaven and earth spiritual energy and naturally recover one's physical strength. This was unique to the spirit body back then. Now, Zichen's perfect body also had this divine power. In addition, Zichen's strength had naturally increased by many times after breaking through. Gu Xiota had once said that once he gathered all 3 pages of the human-level heavenly book and cultivated perfect power to break through to the mortal origin realm, he would become the strongest person in the mortal origin realm. Once he completely familiarized himself with perfect power and grasped the technique perfectly, Zichen would be the undisputed #1 person in the mortal origin realm. He would be the strongest human cultivator. Of course, this was only among human cultivators. Those who had surpassed the human realm and reached the earth realm were excluded. After the 3 powers had completely transformed, more than half a day had passed. During this time, the entire Red Fruit town was in a state of paralysis. The oppressive golden light in the sky slowly sprinkled down, landing on all the mortals and cultivators who had fainted. After the golden light entered their bodies, the brows of the mortals, which were originally tightly furrowed, relaxed. This golden light was a type of perfect power. Although it had become very faint after dispersing, it was still an extraordinary perfect power. Be it mortals or cultivators, they all benefited from the golden light's envelopment. This was especially so for the mortal children. Many of them didn't have the cultivation aptitude. Under the golden light, their aptitude slowly changed. Those who had some aptitude to begin with had higher aptitude, while those who didn't had the cultivation aptitude. After gathering all 3 pages of the heavenly book and Zichen's breakthrough, all the living creatures in Red Fruit Town benefited. The golden light completely merged with every corner, illuminating every inch of the area. Apart from humans, there were also some ordinary beasts like livestock, wildcats, rats, and so on. Even some plants benefited as a result. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. This was completely referring to Zichen's current situation. When all the cultivators who were still conscious sensed the special energy contained in the golden light, the horror on their faces was slowly replaced by pleasant surprise. This was because they could sense that their strength and aptitude were changing. In addition to the magical golden light, there was also a strange fluctuation in the whole Red Fruit Town. This fluctuation had a certain rhythm, just like the golden light. If there was an earthly origin realm cultivator in Red Fruit Town at this moment, his expression would be very interesting. This was because this was the purest fluctuation sound of the laws. This kind of pure fluctuation could allow them to understand the laws more clearly. It's too scary, too scary. He's just breaking through to the human origin realm, but the dispersing energy has benefited the whole Red Fruit Town. Who is this Zichen? Is he a saint? In the Wu Mansion, the exclamations never stopped. Wu Yu was also stunned by the scene in front of him. This was because the golden light had also benefited him a little. Moreover, for the first time, he felt that there was a flaw in the innate original power. After half a day, the golden light in the sky disappeared. Zichen's perfect power was concealed. Outside, the monster ape could see Zichen. However, when Zichen withdrew his power, it felt as if Zichen had disappeared into thin air. If it weren't for the fact that Zichen was still in front of it, it would have thought that Zichen had left. This situation was similar to the heavenly book world, but the difference was that both the monster ape and Zichen's battle strength had reached an unimaginable level. When the golden light dissipated, the eyes of the cultivators in Red Fruit Town were full of regret. It's only been half a day. Hold on a little longer. It would have been better if it had been a day or 2, said the 2 flying cultivators beside Wu Zhan. Be content. Half a day is not a short time. Go and inform everyone that tomorrow, the Wu family will open an aptitude examination platform and recruit mortals to become cultivators, said Wu Zhan. Half a day's worth of golden light had benefited the whole Red Fruit Town. He could foresee that many years later, all the people today would become cultivators, and some would become even stronger. At that time, Red Fruit Town would be called Red Fruit City. When Red Fruit Town changed, Whether one could seize this opportunity to improve one's strength depended entirely on one's foundation. Wu Yu nodded. Indeed. There should be many people with outstanding aptitudes here. After that, he and Wu Jin flew toward Zichen's place. After the two of them rose into the air, they saw people flying in from other directions. They were the strongest cultivators of other forces, and they were all heading straight for Zichen's residence. Clearly, they were going to congratulate him. Zichen had just broken through and was beginning to sense the perfect power after the transformation when the others arrived at the door. Since they were here to congratulate him, Zichen naturally wouldn't chase them away, so he motioned for them to come in. What followed was naturally a series of congratulations. Of course, other than the congratulations, there were also some words of solicitation. Even though they knew that it was impossible to recruit him, they didn't want to miss this opportunity. Zichen waved his hand and said, "Thank you all for coming, but after I break through, I will be leaving." So, Zichen appreciates everyone's kindness. When the others heard this, they were clearly disappointed. However, whether they were disappointed or not was another matter. "You're leaving?" Wu Yu asked. Zichen nodded and said, "Yes, my strength has broken through, so it's time for me to leave." After congratulating him, seeing that Zichen didn't have any intention of asking them to stay for dinner, they sat for a while and then left one after another. "You have to be careful. I've received news that some forces seem to have inquired about your residence and are heading there to find you." Wu Yu, who was the last to leave, transmitted a message. "I haven't gone to find them yet, but they've come to find me." "Very good, very good." Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. "I don't know what happened to those big forces, but their strongest cultivators are often mobilized. It is said that the earthly origin stage cultivators, who haven't appeared in the world for a long time, have appeared frequently recently. You'd better be careful," Wu Yu reminded. Chapter 975. The four of them left together. Along the way, Wu Yu pointed out the location of the transportation formation for Zichen before returning to the Wu family. Zichen's group of three found a transportation formation to return to the Bedlam region. Their current location was at the very edge of the eastern region. The closest power to this place was the Wu family. Of course, the Martial Heaven Alliance was a power that covered all the regions. On the way, Binger was very excited. She was very curious about the Bedlam region Zichen had told her about. The three of them entered two transportation formations along the way. These were the eastern region's transportation formations, and they didn't have any power guarding them. As long as one placed a high-grade yuan stone on them, they would activate automatically. After two transportation formations, as well as one long-distance transportation, the three of them arrived at a city. This was Grand Desert City. It was located in the middle of a desert, but it was very flourishing. The people living here were all cultivators. There was not a single mortal. The dangerous desert posed no threat to them. What Zichen's group of three needed to do was use the transportation formation here to reach the center of the eastern region, Soaring Dragon City. That was because only Soaring Dragon City had a transportation formation that could cross continents. Zichen and the Devil Ape were fine, but Binger was unable to bear it. She was much more haggard, and her mental state was extremely poor. The three of them stayed in Grand Desert City for 3 days before entering the transportation formation to reach Soaring Dragon City. Soaring Dragon City was very large. There was a main city here that spanned over 100,000 miles. Other than that, there were 5 branch cities that protected the main city. Each of them was larger than Soaring Dragon City. This was one of the most flourishing cities in the eastern region. Core essence could be seen everywhere on the streets. Even mortal yuan experts could be seen. Zichen's group of 3 appeared in one of the 5 branch cities, Liflame City. To leave this place, they had to go to the main city. The transportation formations to the other continents were all in the main city, and there were experts guarding them. It really is worthy of being one of the most flourishing cities in the eastern region. Just the branch cities have so many powerful cultivators, sighed the Devil Ape. The Devil Ape's aura was completely restrained. It looked just like an ape-type sea demon. Within the same realm, no one would be able to sense its aura as a foreign race. It's so lively here. Zichen, can we stay here for a few more days? Seeing the bustling city, Binger was pleasantly surprised. Zichen nodded. Sure. You can stay here as long as you want. That's great. Zichun, thank you. Bing was extremely happy, and she kissed Zichun on the cheek in front of everyone. Recently, Bing had often done this bold thing. It seemed that she had learned it from Wu Mei. This gave Zichun a headache and embarrassment, but he couldn't stop her. It was very contradictory. Find a place to stay first, Zichun said. He wasn't in a hurry to go back now, because Wu had given him information about the Earth Yuan stage expert of the Wu clan. It was said that the Earth Yuan stage expert of the Wu clan had received an urgent order and left one day. As for the eastern region, the only ones qualified to summon Earth origin experts were the Martial Heaven Alliance's Hua family. Zichun guessed that this was because of the Lightning Divine Hall. The Lightning Divine Hall was in this region, and Long Chun was known as the strongest expert of the mortal stage. He was an unrivaled existence, and his combat power was only second to the Earth Yuan stage. So he was very curious just what was inside the Lightning Divine Hall. That kind of divine might that day gave Zichun a huge impact. Because of the Lightning Divine Hall's appearance, as well as the fact that the other large powers were guessing that he was dead, there shouldn't be too many people going to the Bedlam lands to look for trouble. After having a meal in a luxurious restaurant, Zichun returned with the Devil Ape. Although the two of them had broken through to the mortal stage, they still needed to stabilize and familiarize themselves with this realm. That was especially true for Zichun. After breaking through, he hadn't properly sensed the power of the mortal stage. In Soaring Dragon City, where the Hua family resided, there were already 8 Earth Yuan experts gathered. These 8 people belonged to 8 different powers. Other than the Hua family, the others were from other families, such as the Wu family. Although these families couldn't compare to the 5 elements aristocratic families, they had Earth Yuan experts. That in itself was a foundation. Earth Yuan experts had already transcended the concept of being human. Their lifespan was practically endless. As long as they didn't die midway, an Earth Yuan expert was completely capable of making a family rise up and become a large power. This kind of power could be ranked among the top powers in the Sky Martial continent. Is there still no movement from the Lightning Divine Hall after the commotion last time? An Earth Yuan expert asked. He was precisely an expert from the Wu family. Another person shook his head and said, No, these days, we have already searched all the possible places where the Lightning Divine Hall might appear. However, we didn't find anything. The traces of the Lightning Divine Hall's appearance have also slowly disappeared. The expert from the Hua family was sitting at the head of the table. His brows were constantly knitted. Although the 5 elements aristocratic families were one family, in front of the opportunity to become a god, this family's relationship was already unstable. Therefore, this time, he found other Earth Yuan experts and didn't look for the other 4 families. However, this kind of situation was like paper and fire. It was unrealistic to completely cover it up. Furthermore, he was already suspecting whether the other 4 families had already received the news. This time, the appearance of the Lightning Divine Hall in the eastern region was an opportunity for the Hua family. Whether they could successfully enter the Lightning Divine Hall and become a god would depend on whether they could grab this opportunity. In the past, they had missed it time and time again because they weren't prepared. However, this time was different. They had already accumulated enough strength and were quietly waiting for the arrival of the Lightning Divine Hall. Continue searching. We must definitely find it. The expert from the Hua family who was sitting at the head of the table spoke. However, before he could even finish his words, his expression changed. A bizarre fluctuation was transmitted to the Soaring Dragon City and the hall they were in. The complexions of several Earth Yuan experts also changed. Without even thinking, they cried out in alarm, Lightning Divine Hall. The Lightning Divine Hall has appeared. It's right outside. Let's quickly go and take a look. Along with the words, several experts of Earth origin realm flashed and flew outside. Their speed was very fast. Their entire body was just like a stream of light. In Soaring Dragon City, only very few cultivators were able to see a vague figure floating in the air. The appearance of the Lightning Divine Hall was in the vicinity of the Soaring Dragon City. The fluctuation clearly transmitted to the city. This was a bizarre fluctuation that contained the power of laws. In the city, the majority of the cultivators coughed out blood after sensing this fluctuation. There were even some who directly fainted due to this fluctuation. Ziqian, who was sitting cross-legged and comprehending the power of mortal Yuan, instantly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with radiance. Lightning Divine Hall. This is the aura of the Lightning Divine Hall. At the side, the devil ape cried out in a low voice. Not good, Bing-er. Zichun cried out once again. Bing-er had already left. She, who was only at the true element realm, might be in danger if she encountered this fluctuation. He turned into a beam of light and flew outside. As soon as he reached the outside world, he sensed several powerful auras flying past in the air. Earth Yuan Realm. Zichen's pupils suddenly shrunk. He didn't expect that an Earth Yuan expert would appear so quickly. Looking at the direction the other party was heading, it should be the place where the aura of the Lightning Divine Hall came from. Zichen saw Bing-er at the side of the road. The latter's complexion was pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. However, she didn't faint. Zichun. After seeing Zichun, Bing-er cried out in a low voice. Then, she threw herself into Zichen's embrace. Beside her, there were quite a few people who had fainted. The little white fox's spirit had also become dispirited. It's all right, I'm here. While Zichun was comforting Bing-er, he also raised his hand and sent a surge of energy to check Bing-er's body. Bing-er wasn't injured and everything was fine. Zichun supported Bing-er and took a step back. Looking at Bing-er, he said, Bing-er, wait for me here. I'll be right back. Bing-er's eyes were still filled with fear, but she still nodded her head. The matter of the Lightning Divine Hall was of great importance. Furthermore, Bing-er wouldn't be in danger in the city. After Zichun released Bing-er, he flew out of the city. The monster ape had already left, following the group of Earth Origin stage cultivators. The place where the Lightning Divine Hall appeared was 100 miles away from Flaming City. The main hall flickered with lightning and emitted a dangerous aura. Below the Lightning Divine Hall, there was still the power of laws surging. This scene was the same as when it first appeared. A few Earth Yuan experts flew over, and after seeing the Lightning Divine Hall, they increased their speed, wanting to rush up. Boom! The Lightning Divine Hall suddenly began to shake. Then, thick bolts of lightning surged out from within. These bolts of lightning were like lightning dragons, ferocious and mighty as they rushed towards the 8 people. The lightning contained an extremely terrifying power. When Zichen and the Devil Ape arrived, they just happened to see the lightning explode and the Earth Yuan experts fly out. Their expressions became extremely shocked. They didn't expect the lightning to be so terrifying. The lightning shattered the void, and a terrifying aura wreaked havoc. Zichun and the Devil Ape didn't dare to approach and could only watch from afar. Behind the two, there were still rays of light surging. It was the other Origin Realm experts who had arrived. When they saw the Lightning Divine Hall from afar, they were extremely shocked. Just at this moment, the Lightning Divine Hall shook once again, and another 8 lightning dragons rushed out. These 8 lightning dragons were even more terrifying than the previous ones. After they appeared, they rushed towards the 8 people. Retreat. The 8 people's expressions changed as they immediately retreated. However, the lightning dragons chased after them relentlessly. Under the crowd of cultivators' dumbfounded expressions, they saw the 8 Earth Yuan experts being chased by the 8 lightning dragons. With one running and one chasing, they quickly disappeared without a trace. The group of Origin Realm cultivators looked at each other. Even an Earth Origin Realm cultivator had run away, let alone them. While they were fearful of the Lightning Divine Hall, they were also extremely curious. Just what was this thing filled with lightning in front of them? Very quickly, some people's expressions changed. Obviously, they had guessed what was within the lightning. This Lightning Divine Hall is indeed terrifying. To think that it could even chase away Earth Yuan experts. Zichen's mind was naturally greatly shaken. When the Lightning Divine Hall appeared, just like before, it didn't continue to stay. Then, it broke through space and entered the pitch-black spatial crack. Just as the Lightning Divine Hall disappeared, a terrifying aura once again appeared between heaven and earth. An extremely powerful existence had descended. This powerful aura far surpassed the Earth Yuan experts from before. When it appeared, all the human Yuan experts actually had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Chapter 976. The figure of light stood in the air with its back facing the crowd. Its deep eyes seemed to pierce through space and landed on the lightning divine hall that had disappeared. The 8 Earth Yuan stage experts that had fled earlier had all returned. Although their clothes were in a sorry state, their lives were not in danger. They then respectfully bowed towards the figure of light. The mortal Yuan stage experts that had rushed over were greatly shocked by this scene. The 8 of them had already revealed their Earth Yuan stage strength. This kind of expert was already a peak existence in the Sky Martial continent. As long as one of them appeared, they would be able to establish a huge power in the Sky Martial continent. However, at this moment, these experts were bowing towards the figure of light with a humble attitude. Clearly, the other party was an even stronger existence. Everyone guessed that this person's cultivation was either at the peak of the Earth Yuan stage or the rarely seen Heavenly Yuan stage. Zichun looked towards the sky, his mind completely stunned. In that instant, he felt as if his mind was completely blank. The appearance of the Lightning Divine Hall had sent the Earth Yuan stage experts running with just 2 strikes. However, he did not expect that a Heavenly Yuan stage expert would appear so quickly. Originally, Zichun was still secretly delighted that he was the number 1 mortal Yuan stage expert. However, at this moment, seeing the 9 people in the sky, Zichun knew how insignificant he was. Wanting to obtain something from the Lightning Divine Hall was undoubtedly a fool's dream. The appearance of the Lightning Divine Hall and these experts made Zichun recognize reality. He no longer had any extravagant hopes. In midair, the glowing figure pointed out a finger, causing the space to explode with a loud bang as a gigantic black hole appeared. The instant the black hole appeared, the glowing figure entered it in a flash. The 8 Earthly Yuan stage practitioners paused for a moment before following closely behind. After the experts left, discussions could be heard from the surroundings. Lightning Divine Hall. It must be the Lightning Divine Hall. Rumor has it that the Lightning Divine Hall only appears once every 10,000 years. I never expected to see it here. It's as vast as the might of the heavens. Rumor has it that the Lightning Divine Hall has the secret to becoming a god. It might be true. Zichun and the Devil Ape looked at each other, then turned around and returned to the city. In Livefire City, the panicked crowd slowly calmed down. However, very quickly, the news regarding the appearance of the Lightning Divine Hall began to spread throughout the city. First, it was Livefire City, then Blazing Fire City. Not long after, the news had spread throughout the entire Soaring Dragon City. It could be foreseen that in the near future, news regarding the Lightning Divine Hall would spread throughout the entire Martial Sky continent. At that time, many experts would gather in this area. Seeing Bing-Er again, her expression had returned to normal, but there was still some fear in her eyes. Seeing Zichun, she asked, "What happened?" Zichun smiled and said, "It's nothing. You don't have to worry. Do you still want to go shopping?" Bing-Er shook her head and said, "No, I'm tired. I want to sleep." "Then let's go back to the inn." The 3 of them stayed in Livefire City. A few days later, the news of the Lightning Divine Hall had completely spread. After that, numerous experts descended upon this place. Originally, they could see human origin stage cultivators on the streets, but now there were even more of them. Sometimes, they could even sense the aura of Earth origin stage cultivators. The Earth origin stage was already beyond the level of a normal human. Both its strength and senses were far beyond that of a normal human being. Zichun had been familiarizing himself with the power of the human origin stage during this period of time, so he didn't go out. The demon ape also rarely went out. As for Bing-Er and Little Baihu, they were wandering around. On the 7th day of Zichun's stay in the city, the number of experts in the city had increased. Zichun no longer had any extravagant hopes of obtaining anything from the Lightning Divine Hall. There was no longer any meaning in staying here, so it was time to leave. The 3 of them directly headed for Soaring Dragon City. Soaring Dragon City was under the control of the Hua family. After arriving, Zichun retracted his aura and changed his appearance. The demon ape's aura and appearance had also changed. The teleportation array of Soaring Dragon City was guarded by experts. However, they didn't make things difficult for Zichen's group. After paying a sufficient amount of yuan stones, the three of them smoothly stepped into the teleportation array and headed straight for the southern region. The three of them arrived at the southern region. During this period of time, they used several days to find the teleportation array to return to the Bedlam lands. 10 days later, they arrived at the Great Desolate Land. The Great Desolate Land belonged to the demon race. There were very few human cultivators, and even if there were, they were equivalent to slaves. In the Great Desolate Land, humans were food for the demon race. Along the way, the three of them saw many tragic scenes. These demon race are too cruel. Bing couldn't bear it. The Great Desolate Land is not small. Are we going to just cross it? The demon ape asked. Zichen said, no need. There must be a teleportation array to the Bedlam lands in the Great Desolate Land. But how are we going to find it? Zichen said with a smile, we can't find it, but the demon race can. You mean to go to the demon city? Along the way, they would also punish the demon race. In the demon race's threats, they had mentioned the demon city. Humans, there are humans here. There's also a human woman. Capture her. The three of them had just flown for dozens of miles when they encountered the demon race. It was a small team of 8 demon race members. When they saw Zichen's group, their eyes lit up and they flew towards them. Kill the men, leave the women alive. The 8 of them flew over with extreme speed. Among the 8 of them, only one was at the core realm. The demon ape didn't need to attack. Just the powerful aura released by the demon race member was enough to shock the team. Lord, please spare us. The 8 demon race members kowtowed to the demon ape. Tell me, where is the demon city?
The demon ape asked coldly.
Demon city. The core realm demon race member was stunned. Why? You don't know. I know. The demon race member quickly nodded and pointed to the direction of the demon city. It's not far from here. Scram.
The demon ape said coldly.
Yes. Thank you, Lord. The 8 demon race members quickly nodded and flew away. However, they were confused. They didn't understand why the demon race's lord didn't even know about the demon city. Let's go. The 3 of them continued to travel towards the demon city. Along the way, they encountered more and more demon race members. However, under the demon ape's purposeful aura, no one dared to cause trouble. The 3 of them successfully arrived at the demon city. Ignoring the surprised gazes of the demon race members, they flew into the city. Swoosh. As soon as the 3 of them entered, several figures of light appeared. The figures of light turned into demon race members, surrounded by the aura of peak primal core realm. The leader of the group was of mortal origin realm. The appearance of a mortal origin realm member as soon as they arrived was enough to prove the strength of the demon race in the wasteland. This was something the Bedlam couldn't compare with. Flying is forbidden in the demon city. Don't you know? The mortal origin realm demon race member asked coldly. The demon ape looked at him and said, you should know where the teleportation array to the Bedlam lands is. The 3 of them entered with the intention of asking for the location of the teleportation array. Normal people wouldn't know, but core realm guards should know. Bastard, didn't you hear what I asked you? The demon race member was furious and scolded the demon ape, even though he could feel the mortal origin realm aura around the demon ape. A cold light flashed in the demon ape's eyes. He raised his hand and shot out a black light. Bang! The black light hit the demon race member. With a loud bang, the demon race member was sent flying and fell to the ground. The surrounding guards and the demon race members on the ground were dumbfounded. What kind of strength was this to defeat a mortal origin realm demon race member in one hit? Zichen stood aside and didn't say anything. The demon ape looked at the second demon race member and asked, tell me, where is the teleportation array to the Bedlam lands? Being stared at by the demon ape, the demon race member was terrified. He subconsciously looked into the distance. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in the demon city? With a cold shout, rays of light flew over from the distance. Among these rays of light, there were core realm demons and mortal origin realm demons. There were many of them. These were the guards of the demon city. Zichun and the other two were soon surrounded by the demon race members. A mortal origin realm demon race member shouted, "You dare to bring a human to the demon city? You apes are getting bolder and bolder." "My lord, he is not one of us apes." Suddenly, an old voice sounded from below. Following the voice, an old ape walked out. The demon city had its rules. He didn't fly up. Instead, he said to Zichun and the demon ape, "Long time no see, my two friends. You know him?" The mortal origin realm guard looked at the elder ape. The elder ape nodded and said, "They are the ones who suppressed the demon race hundreds of years ago and made an agreement with us. It's them." A cold light flashed in the mortal origin realm guard's eyes. Many years ago, many demon race members entered the ancient beast world to drive all humans out. Unexpectedly, a few powerful humans appeared out of nowhere. Not only did they fail to drive the humans out, they were almost driven out by the humans. In the end, both sides reconciled. This was a humiliation to the demon race. As a mortal origin realm demon race member, this demon race member shouldn't know about such trivial matters. However, one of the demon race members Zichun killed was his younger brother. Back then, his younger brother was only a mid-core realm demon race member. He was a genius and extremely powerful. It was said that he was killed in a one-on-one battle with a human. As the elder brother, he didn't believe it. How could a human be a match for a demon race in a one-on-one battle? That's the two of them. But they entered the ancient road of trials, the elder ape said. The ancient road of trials. The mortal origin realm demon race member's expression changed. Anyone who had successfully walked out of the ancient road 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 of the human origin layer. However, this was the demon race's base camp. There were many strong cultivators here. He shouted, "So what? You're courting death if you come here and cause trouble." Cause trouble? The demon ape glanced at him and said coldly, "I'm only here to ask for directions." Asking for directions requires you to break into the demon city. Asking for directions requires you to fight in the demon city. Humph, you're obviously looking down on us demon race and the demon city, the demon race member said loudly. His voice spread everywhere. After the other party finished speaking, the atmosphere in the surroundings became much more oppressive. The demon ape shook his head and said, "I'm only here to ask for directions. I don't want to fight. But since you think my attitude is bad, I'll show you what a bad attitude is." With that, the demon ape rushed toward the demon race member. Chapter 9:77. The demon ape's attack landed on the human origin stage monster. The monster's body exploded with a loud boom. The sound reverberated in the sky, spreading dozens of miles away. All the monsters below and around them were shocked. How strong was the demon ape to explode a human origin stage monster in one hit? Everyone fell into a daze, but Zichun's brows furrowed. A ray of light shot out from the explosion and quickly turned into a figure. It was a wolf, glowing with a green light. The green light was a kind of life energy. The green wolf appeared in the air and howled towards the sky. There was a strong aura of the human origin stage around it. The aura made everyone tremble, but it was useless against Zichun and the demon ape. When the green wolf's howl faded away, the green light on its body faded away and turned into a human figure. It was the human origin stage monster from before. His face was filled with shock, and his eyes were filled with fear. But more than that, there was anger and resentment. It's the most peculiar green wolf, known as the wolf of life. The elder ape's eyes flashed with surprise, but that was it. In front of Zichun and the devil ape, not to mention an incomplete wolf of life, even a real wolf of life would die without a doubt. How dare you attack in the monster city? This is disrespect to the monster race and the wasteland. Men, kill them. The human origin stage monster shouted. The other monsters around them were ready to attack, but they didn't dare to. The demon ape looked around coldly. Zichun was also calm, but he was surprised that the monster could dodge the demon ape's attack. Kill them. Kill them. This is an insult to the monster race. We are the monster race of the wasteland. How can we be insulted by mere humans? Seeing that no one moved, the monster said again, "Go to hell." The demon ape couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed at the monster again and raised his hand to attack. Just like before, the human origin stage monster's defense was instantly broken by the demon ape. This time, the demon ape deliberately increased its strength and blew the monster's body a second time. The surging energy was still surging, but soon, another beam of light rushed out, and the previous scene appeared again. Seeing that the other party had dodged another attack, the demonic ape was stunned. Zichen's expression also changed. "We are all demonic beasts from the wasteland. Humans are our food. When have we ever been bullied by humans? Now, they actually dared to kill demonic beasts in the territory of our demonic beasts. Don't tell me we shouldn't gang up on them?" A voice rang out from the green wolf. Unfortunately, his words did not have the desired effect. It was true that the people of the Yao clan were not afraid of death, but this also depended on the situation. For example, the people in front of them would be courting death, and no one was willing to die for nothing. Could it be that you're all afraid and have submitted? Green Wolf transformed back into his human form and retreated several hundred meters in the air. He looked around. Cultivators of the same level as him all avoided his gaze. As for Dan Realm cultivators, obviously, they didn't even have the right to die. The Monster Clan is in trouble, but you are not doing anything. The Monster Clan's human origin stage cultivator was disappointed. However, the other cultivators of the same level were not happy to hear that. They all thought to themselves, "You have your own life force, so you can avoid a fatal attack, but we don't. Once we go up, we will definitely be killed. In the end, we will die and have attracted enough hatred, but you will still be alive." Up until now, no powerful cultivators had appeared. Obviously, they were afraid of the two of them. They were not idiots, but mortal origin stage cultivators who had lived for thousands of years. Seeing that the other party was about to speak, Zichun frowned and said coldly, "So noisy." Then, Zichun pointed out a finger. As the finger fell, a beam of golden light shot out. The golden light was so fast that the Monster Clan's human origin stage cultivator could not dodge it at all. The golden light did not explode immediately after hitting the Monster Clan's human origin stage cultivator. The golden light was like flowing water, covering his entire body. When the golden light had completely covered his entire body was shining with golden light, and then he exploded. Boom! With a loud explosion, the golden light shone brightly. Amidst the explosion, there was a shrill scream. This time, the Monster Clan's human origin stage cultivator's body did not recover after exploding. He was completely dead. Around them, the Monster Clan members who knew about the Monster Clan's strength were shocked. "Zichun, we haven't seen each other for more than 100 years. You have indeed become stronger." Below them, the elder ape suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "I just broke through by luck. It's not that strong." Zichun asked, "Elder, do you know where the teleportation formation to the Bedlam lands is?" The elder ape pointed behind them and said, "The teleportation formation is behind us. But Zichun, since you are here, why don't you come to the ape clan and let me be your host?" Just as the two were talking, powerful auras arrived one after another. The one leading them was an even bigger black ape. The black ape's body was full of chi and blood. It was obvious that he was in the prime of his life. He was a mid-mortal origin stage cultivator, and behind him were a dozen early mortal origin stage cultivators. "Greetings, Commander." Seeing the black ape, the others quickly saluted. "Scram, all of you, scram. What a bunch of trash." The black ape waved his hand impatiently. The others felt as if they had been pardoned and quickly left. "You are Zichun." The black ape stood in front of Zichun. "That's right." Zichun nodded. "I heard that you were invincible among your peers when you were in the core origin stage. I wonder how strong you are now after breaking through to the mortal origin stage." The black ape asked, "Why don't we spar?" "No need for that," Zichun said. "Why? Are you afraid of losing?" "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you." Zichun shook his head and said, "I'm not afraid of losing. I'm just worried that I'll accidentally kill you." The black ape was shocked when he heard that. But soon, He laughed out loud, haha, as expected. You humans are funny. You don't believe me. Zichen looked at the black ape. The black ape was still laughing, and the others around him were also laughing as if they were listening to a joke. Demonic ape, be careful not to kill him, Zichen said calmly. The demonic ape nodded. He stepped forward, clenched his fist, and punched. The 4 movements were done in one breath. Then, the fist arrived in front of the black ape. Although the black ape was laughing, he did not let his guard down. When he saw the demonic ape coming, he released a black light around him. The black light was very pure, but it was far from demonic chi. The demonic ape's fist landed on the black ape's defense. The sky suddenly shook, and then the space shattered like a mirror. The black ape felt a strong force coming at him. The force broke through his defense and started to hit his body. His body flew backward involuntarily. The blood in his body was boiling, but he forced himself not to cough up blood. He flew backward for 1,000 meters before he stopped. He was motionless in the air. The laughter around him stopped abruptly. Heaven and earth became dead silent. After 10 breaths, the black ape suppressed his boiling blood and laughed. Haha, you do have the right to be arrogant. My name is Yuan Lin. What's your name? The demonic ape looked at Yuan Lin as if he was looking at a monster. He did not answer because he had never seen a person laugh after being hit. Moreover, it was a kind and not malicious laugh. Yuan Lin came to him in the air as if he was familiar with him. He touched his chest and said, "You hit me hard. You almost killed me." Then, he looked down at the elder ape and said, "Leader, you can go back. Leave this to me." The elder ape nodded, then nodded at Zichen and turned to leave. Zichen was shocked. This nascent core elder ape was the leader of the ape bloodline. "Do you still want to fight?" Zichen asked when he saw Yuan Lin coming. "Of course not." Yuan Lin shook his head. "Can you lend the 3 of us the teleportation array?" Zichen asked. However, Yuan Lin shook his head again and said, "I'm afraid not." Zichen frowned. "What? Do you still want to fight?" Yuan Lin shook his head again. "No, definitely not. It's just a teleportation array. It's not a big deal. We won't be stingy, but not now." "Oh." Zichen looked at him. "There's something I want you to see." "Zichen," Yuan Lin said. "What is it?" "It's in the ape clan. You can come with me." Suddenly, Yuan Lin slapped his head and said, "Look at my memory. Zichen, you've just arrived. I should treat you well. Do you want to?" Zichen waved his hand. "No need. Just take me to see it." Zichen saw a hint of anxiety in Yuan Lin's eyes. The elder ape had the same expression just now. Moreover, his perfect spiritual sense did not detect any hostility in Yuan Lin, so Zichen guessed that Yuan Lin had something urgent that could not be solved. "Then come with me." Yuan Lin led Zichen out of Monster City and flew west. The land of chaos has been really lively these days. A group of powerful cultivators comes every few days. They're so powerful that we're all worried. On the way, Ape Lin muttered to himself, "Why else would we human origin stage cultivators go to guard the monster city? The intruder is not weak. There's a lot of them. What are they here for?" Zichen asked. "There'll be 7 or 8 of them at a time. At most, there'll be a dozen of them. Although there aren't many of them, they're very powerful. They're all in the human origin realm. Besides, they're also very powerful. We can't afford to offend them." Zichen's expression changed immediately. Apparently, he had guessed their intentions. As expected, Yuan Lin said, "They're here just like you. They're here to borrow a path. However, I only saw them borrowing a path forward. I didn't see them returning." Zichen's expression softened. It seemed that the Heavenly Man Pavilion was fine. With a relaxed expression, Zichen asked, "You want me to see something? You want me to help you, right?" Yuan Lin looked at Zichen and said, "You humans are really smart." "That's right. I do have a favor to ask of you." Zichen asked again, "What can I help you with?" Chapter 978. "We need your perfect elemental energy to seal a formation," Ape Lin said without turning his head. "Perfect elemental energy." Zichen looked at Ape Lin cautiously. Ape Lin was stunned as well. Binger didn't understand what Ape Lin was talking about, so he didn't look surprised. What you did on the ancient road isn't a secret anymore. Experts from the major factions have been coming here recently. It shouldn't be a problem for us to find out more about it, Ape Lin said. Zichen's expression changed as he looked at Ape Lin in surprise. Since Ape Lin knew that he had perfect elemental energy, he must know the reason for his conflict with the major factions. He had the heavenly book, and even the 5 elements forces were tempted, let alone these demonic beasts. Moreover, Zichen didn't believe that they didn't know about the heavenly book. After seeing the demonic beasts in the demon city, Zichen didn't believe that there weren't any earthly origin realm experts in the demonic beasts. Ape Lin didn't seem to notice Zichen's thoughts. They said you were dead. I didn't expect to see you here, he said. Zichen didn't say anything. Ape Lin paused and said, you have the ancient clan behind you. You don't have to worry. Compared to the 5 elements forces, we're just a small demon clan. We can't compare to them in the ancient clan. Therefore, you don't have to worry about your safety in the wasteland. Zichen relaxed and asked, what formation do you want me to seal? An ancient demon sealing formation. While they were talking, they arrived at a forest. Other than trees, mountains, and boulders, there were some buildings. Apparently, people lived here. Yuan Lin pointed down and said, this is where my ape lineage lives. We have lived here for generations to guard the demon sealing formation. However, something has happened to the demon sealing formation, so we have to retreat. After 10 miles, Zichun could feel an oppressive aura in the air. This aura made Binger pale and uncomfortable. Zichun quickly used his elemental energy to protect her. Beside him, Devil Ape's expression changed as well. The oppressive aura came from the black world in front of them. Black chi floated there and completely covered the forest. It's demonic chi, Devil Ape exclaimed. That's right, it's demonic chi, the purest demonic chi. Yuan Lin said, up ahead is the demon sealing valley, and there is a demon sealing formation in the valley. This formation has existed for countless years, and it has never changed. But 3 years ago, the demon sealing formation suddenly lit up, and then waves of demon chi gushed out from it. Just as Ape Lin arrived, a figure rushed out of the demonic chi. When the figure saw Ape Lin with 3 people, he was obviously stunned. He then said, alien race, humans, Ape Lin, why did you bring them here? Instead of answering, the ape asked, how's the demon sealing formation? The ape expert sighed and said, what else can we do? The gap is getting bigger and bigger. We can't stop it at all. We can only delay the time it takes to break the seal. Yuan Lin said, let them try. The ape expert's expression changed instantly. He shouted, are you crazy? One of them is a human, and the other is a foreign race. Binger, who was in the true energy realm, was ignored. He's Zichun. He has perfect Yuan force and should be able to help us. As for him, he's from the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline. According to ancient records, this bloodline has no grudges with us. Plus, he has the purest demonic chi, which should be useful for sealing the formation, Yuan Lin said. The ape expert's expression changed. He was obviously hesitant. Yuan Lin said, we don't have time. This is the only way, and the clan leader has agreed. The clan leader Yuan Lin was referring to was the elder ape. The elder ape wasn't strong, but his prestige in the ape race was higher than that of the human origin realm cultivators. I can't make the decision. I'll have to ask the one inside. The ape expert pointed at the demon sealing valley. He's there too. Yuan Lin's eyes lit up. Not just him. The other one is there too, but it's useless. With that, the ape expert flashed into the valley again. A moment later, he came out with 2 people. One of the 2 was a middle-aged ape man. He was full of vitality and had a powerful aura around him. The other was a young man who looked more like a human than an ape man. The moment the 2 of them appeared, their gazes landed on Zichun and the devil ape. Zichun and the devil ape's pupils shrunk at the same time. A glint flashed across their eyes as a torrential wave rose in their hearts. They had guessed that there would be an Earth origin realm cultivator in the monster race, but they hadn't expected to meet him so soon. You're Zichun, said the middle-aged man. He was in the Earth origin realm and seemed to be very curious about Zichun. He had been staring at Zichun since he appeared. As for the other young man, he was staring at the demon ape. Zichun, this is Yuan Bao, a powerhouse from our ape clan. He was the one who told us about you. Yuan Lin introduced from the side. Zichun cupped his hands and bowed. Zichun greets you, senior. Yuan Bao's black eyes suddenly emitted light. The light seemed to materialize and fell on Zichun's body. In the next moment, Zichun felt like he was being watched. It was as if the other party wanted to see through him. Buzz. Zichun's body suddenly vibrated. Then, a golden light surged from his body. The golden light turned into a light shield and protected him. The light in Yuan Bao's eyes burned brighter. At the same time, the materialized light intertwined with a sonorous sound. It was like two sharp blades trying to penetrate the light shield. However, the golden light shield was like an iron wall, blocking the sharp blades. Within the light shield, Zichun was at a loss. He obviously didn't know what was going on. The light in Yuan Bao's eyes dissipated. He praised, as expected. The golden light around Zichun also disappeared after the light in Yuan Bao's eyes dissipated. The young ape's gaze also fell on Zichun. His face was filled with surprise. Perfect origin energy, demonic origin energy, and pure demonic chi. It shouldn't be too difficult to reseal the seal. Come with me, but this little girl has to stay outside. The demonic chi inside is very strange. I'm afraid it will corrode her, Yuan Bao said. Zichun glanced at Bing and nodded. Yuan Bao was in the Earth origin realm. He only needed to move a finger to kill him. He didn't do it immediately. Obviously, he wouldn't do it deliberately. Yuan Lin said, then I'll stay here and protect Miss Bing. Zichun didn't object. He then followed Yuan Bao into the demon sealing valley. When they entered the valley, Zichun's spiritual thoughts mainly fell on the young man in front of him. It was a young man named Yuan Long. He was able to stand with Yuan Bao and the respect in Yuan Lin's eyes. Obviously, this young man was extraordinary. Most importantly, he was only in the early stage of the mortal origin realm. After entering the demon sealing valley, the demon chi was even thicker. There seemed to be some kind of consciousness in the demon chi. This consciousness was full of negative emotions and could affect people's minds. The demon chi here is very strange. It can affect people's minds. Even those in the mortal origin realm can't stay here for long, said Yuan Long. Demon ape frowned and said, it is very strange. It doesn't look like pure demon chi. It looks more like demon chi with a master. Demon chi with a master? Yuan Long was startled at first, then his face changed. Demon ape said, it feels like it, but I'm not sure. Yuan Bao frowned. I had such a guess. Could it be that the demon sealing formation doesn't lead to the demon world, but to a super strong demon race master? I'm not sure, but maybe a strong demon race master is breaking the passage. As the group entered the valley, they sensed that the demon chi was even stronger. In addition, Zichun saw other lights flickering in the darkness of the valley. As they approached, Zichun saw an enormous formation diagram. There were all kinds of lights flowing on the diagram. Some were gold, some were green, some were black, and some were other colors. These lights formed the lines of the diagram and moved continuously. There's perfect origin energy in here, Zichun exclaimed when he sensed the energy flowing within. There's pure demon chi as well, Yuan Long exclaimed in a low voice. Yuan Bao sighed when he heard this. Looks like we're right. The energy that forms this demon sealing formation is all pure energy. The weakest of them should be at the level of a spirit body. What should we do now? Zichun asked. Back off for now, Yuan Bao said to the group of origin realm monsters in front of the demon sealing formation. These monsters had been channeling energy into the formation, but it hadn't been very effective. Large amounts of demon chi still flowed out through the flowing light. The group of monsters nodded and retreated. Zichun's group of 4 stepped forward. No one in the world knows how to use this demon sealing formation anymore. Channel your origin energy into the formation and maintain the original demon sealing formation. This is the only way, Yuan Bao said. The 3 nodded and channeled the origin energy in their bodies. A steady stream of origin energy flowed into the demon sealing formation. At first, all kinds of lights flashed and intersected on the formation, but as the 3 types of origin energy entered, they became the main source of light. The Yuan Long was channeling extremely pure demon qi of very high quality. It was almost on par with the origin energy of a spirit body. As the tricolored light grew more intense, the other dim lights suddenly coiled around the tricolored light like little snakes. In an instant, the tricolored light completely dominated the demon ceiling formation. The other lights revolved around it. With the tricolored light in the lead, the amount of energy required became incomparably large. Immediately after, the three felt an extremely strong suction force emerge from the formation diagram. The vast amounts of origin energy in their bodies surged wildly toward the formation diagram like a tide. The origin energy in their bodies was rapidly draining away. At the same time, a powerful aura surged around the three of them. They displayed heaven-shaking, earth-shattering combat arts in an attempt to recover what they'd expended. However, the demonic qi around them was so thick that Zichun and the Yuan Long couldn't absorb it at all. Even the demon ape couldn't absorb the surging demonic qi around them. The origin energy in their bodies was rapidly draining away, and when it disappeared, it began to devour their life force. Their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't withdraw even if they wanted to, as if they were firmly sucked in by the formation diagram. Chapter 979. This crazy energy came from Yuan Bao. He converted the elemental force in his body into pure spiritual qi and injected it into the three of them. As long as the three of them converted it, it would be converted into their own elemental force, transferring, converting, and absorbing. Yuan Bao and Zichun formed a one-sided cycle in the formation diagram. The three of them were out of danger, but before they could take a breather, a demonic qi penetrated the defense of the formation and rushed towards them. Within the demonic qi, there was a strong willpower. This willpower let out a cold hum, and like a sound wave attack, it split into three and rushed towards their consciousness. In Zichun's consciousness, his perfect spiritual thoughts turned into a golden light sword and slashed towards the demonic qi willpower. Boom! As the light sword landed, the violent energy caused the consciousness to tremble. In an instant, it was as if thunder was rumbling. Thousands of golden electric snakes flashed, and the energy contained in the light sword instantly destroyed the energy. After destroying the willpower, Zichun was shocked to find that half of his spiritual thoughts had been consumed. At the same time, the devil ape and the dragon ape were also attacked by the willpower. The devil ape's face turned pale, and the dragon ape's mouth was bleeding. This energy was very strong. If it attacked one of them, even if they did not die, they would become retarded and lose their ability to think. Unfortunately, after it split into three, its power was greatly reduced, and it could not kill any of them. Just as the three black lights were destroyed, the energy in the formation diagram reached a state of saturation. The three types of energy were in the middle, and the rest of the energy revolved around them, forming a circular formation diagram. Behind the three of them, Yuan Bao took a deep breath. Even though he was in the Diuan realm, he could not handle the formation diagram that was like a bottomless pit. Zichun and the other two were almost exhausted, and they sat on the ground. The previous attack had consumed a lot of their spiritual thoughts. The demon ceiling formation was reactivated, and the demonic qi in the air was dissipating. The willpower within was also gradually weakening. When the demonic qi completely dissipated, the entire demon ceiling valley appeared in everyone's sight. It was a deep valley with jagged rocks. There were steep peaks on both sides, and there were some ancient trees on both sides of the peaks. Because they had been corroded by devil qi for a long time, these ancient trees, mountain peaks, and strange rocks had all turned black. Light flashed as the other origin realm demons flew over. Their eyes were filled with joy. Clearly, the dissipation of the demonic qi meant that the seal was successful. Binger was also brought by Yuan Lin. Seeing Zichun's pale face, she asked nervously, "Zichun, how are you?" "He's fine. He just used up a lot of energy. He'll be fine after some rest," said Yuan Bao. The others waited in the surroundings, quietly waiting for the three to recover. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth went berserk. Then, with the three of them as the center, three small energy storms formed. This energy storm was formed entirely from the spirit chi of the heavens and earth, and it was extremely pure. Obvious envy appeared on the faces of the other origin realm cultivators when they saw this. This was a special ability that only those who had reached the human origin stage could possess. With this ability, they would not need to worry about the exhaustion of their energy when fighting against their enemies. With just a thought, they could even heal their severely injured body. Although he didn't dare to say that he had an immortal body, in terms of recovery, there wasn't much difference. Zichun, I have to thank the two of you for this, Yuan Bao said gratefully. Zichun said, no need to be so polite, senior. It's just that the seal required the three of us. Although the quality of our energy is very high, our cultivation levels are still a bit lacking. I'm afraid it won't last long. Yuan Bao smiled. No matter, it won't be a problem for the seal to last 100 years. The demon race has already invaded the ancient path, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. However, it's good that we have 100 more years to prepare. Zichun nodded. The demon sealing formation is temporarily sealed. I'd like to use the transportation formation of the monster spirits to return. Yuan Bao said, so soon? Why don't you stay here for a few days so we can play host to you? That's right. Stay for a few days, Yuan Long agreed. Zichun shook his head. No, the fringe isn't safe these days. I'm worried about my friends. Seeing that Zichun had made up his mind, Yuan Bao didn't try to persuade him to stay. All right then, I'll see you off personally. Thank you, senior. Yuan Bao led Zichun and the other two directly to the demon city. Yuan Lin, Yuan Long, and the others followed. Now that the matter of the seal had been resolved, the next step was to prepare for the invasion of the demon race. The transportation formation to the fringe wasn't taken seriously, and there weren't many experts guarding it. With Yuan Bao's arrival, it was natural for them to use it. Zichun, if you have time, you can come to the demon city as a guest. Yuan Bao invited. Behind him stood a group of human origin realm experts. Zichun nodded and smiled. I'll definitely come when I have time. The three figures were swallowed by the light of the transportation formation and disappeared. With a flash of light, Zichun and the other two arrived at the fringe. As soon as they arrived, they saw a group of cultivators flying at high speed. These people were very fast, and they looked anxious. However, they didn't look like they were being chased. Instead, they looked happy, as if they were waiting for a good show. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, we won't be able to watch the show if we're late. Sure enough, as they were flying, some people impatiently called out to their friends. Zichun and the other two stood there, stunned. A middle-stage inner core cultivator flew past them, but quickly turned back and said loudly, idiot, if we don't hurry up, we won't be able to watch the show. Good show. Zichun looked at him. Yes, the destruction of the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Dan Yuan said again, looking very excited. What's going on? Zichun asked, and an aura surged around him. Feeling the vast aura, Dan Yuan's face changed immediately. However, facing Zichun's sharp eyes, he couldn't even think of running away. He could only say, some human origin realm experts with swords on their backs are heading to the outer regions to attack the heavenly barbarian pavilion. They've already broken through the heavenly barbarian market and surrounded the heavenly barbarian pavilion for more than 10 days. It's said that they'll break through soon. Zichun's expression relaxed, and he asked, isn't the heavenly barbarian pavilion a power in the Bedlam lands? As a local power, aren't you happy that they've been attacked by an external power? Dan Yuan smiled, happy. Of course, we're happy. Let me tell you, the overlords are happy too. Zichun's aura disappeared. After seeing that Zichun didn't have any ill intentions, Dan Yuan relaxed a lot and said, you don't know, the heavenly barbarian pavilion has grown too fast these years. They're almost the #1 power in the Bedlam lands. They only care about themselves and don't care about the lives of others. Today's destruction is their own fault. Dan Yuan said excitedly, you don't know how the heavenly barbarian pavilion has developed these years. More than 80% of the elixirs in the Bedlam lands are sold by them. More than 60% of the high-quality elixir weapons are sold by them. Their daily income is an unimaginable amount. Plus, They've gained the most from the ancient beast realm. Tell me, all the good things belong to them, and they don't leave a way out for others. Shouldn't they be unlucky? Zichen nodded and said, That's right, they should be unlucky. Dan Yuan smiled again and said, That's right. Look, they're going to be unlucky. It's said that the pavilion master provoked someone he shouldn't have, and they came knocking on his door. Looking at the heavenly barbarian pavilion's way of doing things now, you can guess what kind of person their previous pavilion master was. That guy was definitely a selfish person who only cared about himself and didn't care about the lives of others. The demonic ape's face darkened and said, It's said that the pavilion master led people to conquer the ancient beast realm back then. He helped the entire Bedlam lands. TSK. What? Where did you hear that from? Let me tell you, the major powers weren't willing to fight back then. It was the heavenly barbarian pavilion who persuaded them. They had no choice but to send out their troops. But guess what happened in the end? The heavenly barbarian pavilion didn't send a single person. They even sold elixirs at a high price in the ancient beast realm. The demonic ape was about to beat someone up when Zichen waved his hand and said, All right, we got it. Thank you for the information. You can leave now. Since we're here to watch the show, why don't we leave together? Dan Yuan could tell that Zichen was an expert and invited him. Scram. The demonic ape was furious. Dan Yuan was shocked and fled as fast as he could. Too infuriating, too infuriating. The demonic ape was so angry that his knuckles cracked. Zichen's expression was calm as he said, There's nothing to be angry about. The fact that the heavenly barbarian pavilion can become the public enemy now proves that they've done well. They're very powerful and are envied by many. They've gone too far. Back then, we risked our lives for the Bedlam lands. What did we get in return? The demonic ape was furious. Zichen said, We got the heavenly barbarian pavilion to rise. We created a miracle. In just a few hundred years, we established the strongest power that can suppress the overlords. The rise of the heavenly barbarian pavilion was sudden and sudden. They didn't have time to settle down or accumulate. They only had endless resources. In the eyes of many, this was luck. Luck was an illusory thing that could descend on anyone. In their hearts, if they were lucky enough, they could have achieved what they had today. The deepest level of jealousy is reverence. Although the heavenly barbarian pavilion is a great power now, it hasn't reached its peak yet. It's still in the stage of jealousy. Once it reaches the limit of growth and reaches a true peak, the jealousy in their hearts will turn into reverence, Zichen said. The demonic ape nodded. He had a deep understanding of this point. If two cultivators were of the same level, and one of them had a fortuitous encounter, the other would definitely be jealous. He might even think of ways to harm them. However, if that person was 100 times stronger than him, he would naturally not dare to be jealous. Let's go. We should go and see what the heavenly barbarian pavilion is like now. The demonic ape loosened his clenched fists and said coldly, I believe that after this incident, the heavenly barbarian pavilion will no longer be envied. It will only be revered. Zichen smiled and said, Of course, in the future, when people talk about the heavenly barbarian pavilion, there will only be two expressions. One will be reverence, and the other will be flattery. The three of them went straight to the heavenly barbarian pavilion. From afar, they saw many cultivators gathered outside the pavilion. Chapter 980. The heavenly barbarian pavilion was completely surrounded by the crowd of cultivators. More than 10 human-level soldiers flashed in the sky. These human-level soldiers spread out and formed a sword formation, enveloping the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Within the sword formation, countless sword rays flashed and wreaked havoc, completely suppressing the heavenly barbarian pavilion's formation. Clanging sounds kept ringing in the sky as one sword ray after another attacked the formation, trying to destroy it. There were more than 10 human origin realm elites controlling the sword formation. The leader was a man in a black robe, who was in the late stage of the human origin realm. Other than that, there were 3 middle-stage human origin realm elites, while the rest were in the early stage. Among the crowd, Zichen found some familiar figures, such as the human origin realm elites from the 5 overlords and the masters of the various forces. They were all quietly looking at the sword formation in front of them without any change in expression. As for the rest of the people around them, whether they were from big or small forces or individual cultivators, they were much more excited. The entire heavenly barbarian pavilion was dead silent. In the face of this powerful sword formation, they did not make an effective counterattack. It seemed that they did not even have an effective defense, allowing the sword formation to attack the formation. This formation can still hold on for a while. Sensing that the formation was still stable, Zichun retracted his spiritual thoughts from the formation. They did not enter the formation, which means that they suffered a great loss. This time, they want to break the formation from the outside. The devil ape looked forward and asked, "Should we go up?" Zichun shook his head and said, "No rush, let's wait first." A loud sword sound suddenly rang in the sky. This sword sound came from the heavenly barbarian pavilion's formation. 5 sharp sword chi rushed out of the pavilion's protective formation and into the sword formation in the sky. This sword chi was extremely terrifying. It destroyed the sword rays in the sword formation in an instant. Then, the 5 sword chi flew in all directions with boundless sword intent, wanting to destroy the human-level soldiers. "Humph, I've been waiting for you." A cold snort came from the sky. The elite in the late stage of the human origin realm formed a seal with his hands. The next moment, the surrounding human-level soldiers emitted a dazzling light. Loud sword sounds rang out as the other elites channeled their yuan force into their weapons. The surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth began to surge crazily, gradually forming a super strong storm that gathered in the middle of the sword formation. Clanging sounds continued to ring out as one sword light after another shot out from the human-level soldier towards the 5 streaks of sword chi. The 2 types of energy crisscrossed in the sword formation, producing energy vibrations that shook the entire area. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed, especially the few mortal origin stage cultivators. They could feel the terrifying power contained in the 5 sword chi that shot out from the sword. It was an attack that could kill them in a single blow. While their expressions changed, their hearts were also filled with shock. They had been in seclusion all these years and did not pay attention to the heavenly barbarian pavilion at all. They thought that they could suppress the heavenly barbarian pavilion's old tortoise with a breakthrough in their abilities and increase their combat power. However, they did not expect to see such a scene the moment they came out of seclusion. The heavenly barbarian pavilion had already grown to the point where they feared it. Just this sword chi alone could destroy them. The 5 streaks of sword light were extremely powerful and terrifying. However, there were many experts in the sword sect who had a deeper understanding of the sword. In the clash of energy, the 5 streaks of sword chi lost their strength. The light dimmed and eventually dissipated. Seeing that the sword formation had destroyed the sword chi, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The heavenly barbarian pavilion's strength made everyone wary. However, at this moment, the sound of swords humming could be heard once again. This time, other than the humming of swords, there was also a loud and clear dragon's roar. Another 5 streaks of sword chi rushed out. This time, the power contained in the sword chi was even stronger. After the sword chi appeared, it turned into a sword dragon and wreaked havoc in the sword formation. The power contained within the sword dragons caused everyone to relax and become tense again. However, the people from the sword sect had come prepared. When they saw the sword dragons appear, they, who had been forming hand seals by themselves, all formed hand seals. Afterwards, the 10 or so human-grade weapons seemed to fuse into one, and a powerful sword intent appeared and shot towards the 5 sword dragons. The void in the sword formation was twisting crazily. The powerful aura surged out of the sword formation. The mortal origin stage cultivators were not affected, but the elixir realm cultivators and zephyr realm cultivators could not withstand it. They either retreated or were sent flying by the impact. As they were sent flying, blood rained down from the sky. Some of them were injured, and some of their bodies were torn into pieces as if they had been cut by the sword chi. The group retreated for a few miles. During this time, even a few mortal origin stage cultivators retreated. The reason why they retreated was not because they were afraid of the sword sect's aura, but because they did not want the people from the sword sect to misunderstand. The 5 sword dragons collided continuously in the sword formation. Many sword chi blocked them. This time, more than 10 Mortal Origin stage cultivators had used their full strength. This was a clash of formations. It was not something that a single person could withstand. If the people present were in the middle of the formation, no one would be able to withstand the impact of this power. The sword dragons roared, and the sword will wreaked havoc. The entire sword formation was filled with a destructive aura. The protective formation above the heavenly barbarian pavilion was twisting crazily. Occasionally, a crack would appear on it. However, as soon as the crack appeared, it would heal instantly. In the heavenly barbarian pavilion, Deputy Pavilion Master Wang Qiong raised his head and looked at the sword formation formed by the destructive energy. The 5 sword dragons had dimmed and seemed like they would disappear at any time. Beside him, old Gue stood there and frowned. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would not be afraid of the people from the sword sect. Just like before, he could kill as many as they came. However, the other party had set up a sword formation. This was something that he could not withstand. No, controlling the sword dragons won't be able to break this formation, said LV Peng, who was controlling the formation's defense and attack. Then what should we do? Asked Wang Qiong. At this moment, he was obviously out of ideas. The other powerful cultivators from the heavenly barbarian pavilion stood behind Wang Qiong. Their battle prowess was not weak, but they were of no use at all. This was a battle of matrices, and no one could interfere unless someone attacked the people from the sword sect from the outside. However, looking at the faces of the cultivators outside, they knew that this would not happen. Now, all the forces wanted the heavenly barbarian pavilion to be destroyed today. The 5 sword dragons exploded one by one in the sky. The destructive energy wreaked havoc. This time, the 2 consecutive attacks did not break the sword formation. Instead, they weakened the pavilion's defense. LV Peng gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He said coldly, "I don't care anymore. This is the last fight. Old Gue, transfer the energy to me." Old Turtle did not hesitate. He placed one hand on LV Peng's back, and an endless stream of energy surged into LV Peng's body. The aura around LV Peng instantly soared, and a powerful aura filled his entire body. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Rise!" As soon as he finished speaking, boundless energy surged out, and the entire heavenly barbarian pavilion rumbled. 5 stone tablets that stood on the peak of the mountain rose from the ground. They were obtained by Ziqian from the ancient battlefield. Each stone tablet was engraved with the ancient word sword. At this moment, as the stone tablets rose into the air, the ancient word sword on the stone tablets began to glow. A sharp sword intent emerged from the stone tablets. The sword intent was extremely ancient, as if it came from a prehistoric era. In the outside world, everyone was elated when they saw the sword dragon shatter. The pavilion's defense formation was also broken at this moment. However, before the sword light in the sword formation could rush in, something appeared. As soon as this thing appeared, the sky and earth lost their color. The wind and clouds moved, and a boundless sword chime resounded. At this moment, everyone lost their hearing. Apart from the sword, they could no longer see anything else. Apart from the sword chime, they could not hear anything else. On the 5 sword tablets, the word sword flashed with boundless light. Every ray of light was a sharp sword aura, and every ray contained sword intent. As the boundless sword light swept past, the formation exploded with a loud bang. It was simple, direct, and domineering. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Everyone in the surroundings was completely shocked. Even Zichun and the devil ape had a strange look on their faces. They had never expected the heavenly barbarian pavilion to have such a trump card. Zichun and the devil ape also did not expect the sword tablets to have such an effect. Binger was beside Zichun. She was protected by Zichin's energy. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the sword tablets curiously. The 5 sword tablets that rose from the ground shattered the sword formation. However, before LV Peng and the rest could cheer, their faces were filled with shock, unwillingness, and disbelief. Sword tablets, there are more sword tablets. At the same time, the devil ape also exclaimed, The sword formation was broken, but 4 sword steels suddenly appeared in the sky. The quality of these sword steels seemed to be the same as the 5 steels below, but the surging aura was stronger, and the sword intent was clearer and sharper. This did not mean that the sword tablets of the heavenly barbarian pavilion were inferior to the 4 tablets. It was just that the difference in strength between the 2 parties controlling the sword tablets was too great. Haha, I was waiting for this. Seeing the 5 sword tablets appear, the sword sect elite laughed loudly. He formed a seal with his hands. This time, it was an even more complicated seal. Streaks of energy landed on the 4 sword tablets one after another. Beside him, the rest of the Mortal Origin stage elites were also forming the same seal. At this moment, they had to work together to control the 4 sword tablets to fight against the 5 below. Of course, the so-called fight was fake. Their real goal was to snatch the sword tablets. The reason why the sword sect could achieve so much was not only because they possessed a powerful sword heart, but also because of the 4 sword tablets. This was the inheritance of innate stage techniques. It was an eternal inheritance. The sword sect had risen because of this. However, they had never expected that there would be 5 sword tablets in the heavenly barbarian pavilion in such a remote place. The most infuriating thing was that the inheritance that the sword sect regarded as a treasure was used as the foundation of a formation to guard the door. Although the effect of using the sword steel as the base of the formation was not bad and its power was very strong, compared to its true use, it could be said that it was worlds apart. It could be said that leaving the sword tablets here was a complete waste of natural resources. Ever since a sword sect elite had luckily escaped, the sword sect had brought people here for the 5 sword tablets. A strange power surged from the 4 sword tablets. This power passed through the sword tablets and landed on the 5 sword tablets below. The 4 sword tablets that were originally connected had now become 9. In the heavenly barbarian pavilion below, LV Peng suddenly realized that the 5 sword tablets that he was controlling were showing signs of losing control. "Oh no, come and help me," LV Peng shouted. Chapter 981. A woman flew over from the horizon. She was wearing tight black clothes. She was tall and slender, with curves in all the right places. Her neck was beautiful, and her appearance was gorgeous. Innate force surged around her, and behind her were more than 10 primordial core realm experts. Her phoenix eyes were glaring furiously as she rushed over at an extremely fast speed. "It's that female Rakshasa." The female Rakshasa from the heavenly barbarian pavilion has returned. When they saw the woman, cries of surprise rang out from all around. Many people's expressions changed, but soon, mocking voices rang out. "So what if she's a female Luosha? She's still in the inner core realm. How can she be a match for a human origin realm cultivator? This female Rakshasa is definitely a top beauty. Unfortunately, she's going to fall into someone else's hands today." The female Rakshasa was Ling, from back then. 100 years had passed, and the little girl from back then had grown into a great beauty. She had always stayed in the ancient beast world and fought for the heavenly barbarian pavilion. The more beautiful she was, the more ruthless she was when fighting her enemies. Otherwise, how could she have gotten the name Luosha? When she heard that the heavenly barbarian pavilion was in trouble, she rushed back with her people. Behind her, there were some familiar faces, including Zhang Tong, Wild Wolf, and Hei Feng, who only knew how to wield 3 sabers. When they arrived, they didn't care about their own cultivation level and rushed straight to the human origin stage. The sword sect had sent 13 mortal origin realm cultivators, and their combat strength was extremely formidable. However, at this moment, they were being held back by the sword steel. An extremely powerful aura surged out from the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Then, array flags rushed out one after another. These array flags surrounded the 5 sword steels, and together with the sword steels, they rose into the air and struck the other 4 sword steels. In the heavenly barbarian pavilion, LV Peng had already borrowed everyone's strength to restrain the other 4 sword steels. Both sides were in a stalemate. Neither side could back out. Although Ling, and the others were only at the origin core realm, they were the last straw that broke the camel's back. There was a strange look on the face of the late-stage human origin stage cultivator, but before he could think of a way to deal with these Dan origin stage cultivators, his spiritual sense detected that other Dan origin stage cultivators had flashed out. Stop! More than 10 primordial Dan experts flew out from the crowd, directly blocking Ling Er's group. These people had cold expressions, and their eyes were filled with hostility. These were all extremely unfamiliar faces. No one knew whether they were rogue cultivators or people from powerful forces. Get lost, Ling Er shouted. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. As she raised her hand, she sent out a beam of innate origin energy. This origin energy carried an extremely cold aura as it landed on Dan Yuan. Pooh! With a soft sound, the cold aura hit the other party's body, and the cold aura enveloped the other party's body. This Dan essence cultivator was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. His will dissipated, and his body fell from the sky. With just a single word of disagreement, she had attacked and killed a primordial core expert. Ling Er's decisiveness caused everyone's expression to change greatly. You dare to stop your grandpa wolf? Kill without mercy. The wild wolf let out a roar as well. Light flashed around his body. With a shake of his body, his true body, which was like a mountain, appeared. After revealing his true form, he rushed forward. Puff! A sharp blade light flashed, and one of the Dan primes was split in two. Zhang Tong had also made his move. After killing the enemy with one strike, his energy consumption was not as great as expected. Clearly, with the support provided by the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion over the years, he was close to being able to make 3 strikes. The people that Ling Er brought back were all strong cultivators. They were very famous in the ancient beast world. Not only in the ancient beast world, but when Zichun was here, they were already quite famous. It could be said that these people were the elders of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. As soon as the battle began, it became a one-sided massacre. Very few Dan primes could fight them head-on. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion has only cared about themselves and not others. Who knows how many people have died? Today, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion is about to be destroyed. We must stop them. In the face of the massacre, the group of Dan primes was not afraid. Instead, more people rushed over. That's right. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion has done many evil things. They only have themselves to blame for today's bitter consequences. Another roar was heard, and more Dan primes rushed out from the crowd. These people were all unfamiliar faces. Ling Er and the rest had not seen them before, but now they appeared and wanted to stop them. Rumble. The 9 sword steels were colliding. LV Pong and the rest were defending and guarding the sword steels. As for the people from the sword sect, they were trying to snatch the 5 sword steels. The infighting at such a critical moment was beyond their expectations. However, when they saw many Dan primes rushing over to stop these people, they sneered. Obviously, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had aroused public anger. The forces in the land of chaos wanted to take this opportunity to take them down. How about it? Do you want to fight? The devil ape's body was surging with coldness as he looked at Zichun. Zichen's face became gloomy. He was not angry because of the sword sect, but because of the local forces. He did not expect that the local forces in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had developed to such an extent that they would not rest until one of them was dead. At this moment, when everyone attacked, although the overlords did not say anything, it was a tacit agreement. Haha, it seems that you have angered the public. However, it's fine. Today, we will destroy your little sect. Remember, the one who destroyed you is the sword sect. If you have the ability, go and take revenge on the sword sect. The laughter of the sword sect experts came from the sky. In the battle in the sky, the 4 sword steels clearly had the upper hand. Once they successfully controlled the 5 sword steels, they could destroy the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion with the 9 sword steels. Although Ling Er and the rest were powerful, they could not fight against the number of people. If that was all, it would be fine. However, there were still a few mortal origin realm experts causing trouble. Zichen's face became gloomier, and the air around him became cold. A cultivator beside him sensed it and immediately said, "If there is a grudge, just go and take revenge." Zichen nodded and said coldly, "That's right. If there is a grudge, take revenge. If there is no grudge, just kill." When the cultivator beside him heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "That's right. The heavenly barbarian pavilion is powerful, so there must be a lot of wealth inside. As long as we kill everyone, we can get the wealth inside." Zichen nodded again and said, "That's right. Kill." With that, Zichen walked forward. When the cultivator beside him saw this, he was about to step forward. However, a strong force came from beside him, and he was killed by the devil ape with a slap. The battle in the distance was very intense, so no one paid attention to the devil ape's simple slap. Zichen walked towards the battlefield in front, where the sword sect's mortal origin realm experts were. Meanwhile, the devil ape walked towards another battlefield, where Ling was being suppressed by a few mysterious people. The devil ape walked forward and was not stopped. In their opinion, it should be a death warrior who was looking for trouble with the heavenly barbarian pavilion. However, no one expected the devil ape to attack the mortal origin realm experts. This time, the devil ape attacked decisively, forcefully, and aggressively. Bang! With a single slap, a primordial core realm cultivator was unable to dodge at all. He was struck and exploded. This explosion even shattered his primordial core realm cultivator. The destructive energy engulfed the devil ape, but it was unable to break through his defenses. This explosion almost resounded through the sky, attracting the attention of many people. The devil ape strode forward and slapped again. Boom! The explosion in the sky continued. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. One of them shouted at the devil ape, "Are you stupid? You killed the wrong person. You should have killed the people from the heavenly barbarian pavilion." The devil ape glanced at him, and a smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. "Damn it, you're still smiling. You." His voice stopped abruptly, and at the same time, there was an explosion. His mortal origin realm exploded together with his body. Killing a person with a single slap, this battle prowess shocked many people, and they were all forced to retreat. During this time, several mysterious middle-aged men blocked Ling's path. When they saw this scene, two of them also rushed toward the devil ape. The devil ape raised its hand and slapped twice again. Boom, boom. Two more explosions sounded between heaven and earth. These two mysterious people were also killed. However, after they exploded, there was no blood on their bodies, and there was no mortal origin realm in their bodies. They were actually clones. In the blink of an eye, the devil ape had already slapped a few times and killed all the targets. Such combat power shocked everyone. Ling and the rest turned their heads and looked at the devil ape. When they saw it, their eyes widened, and there was disbelief in their eyes. The devil ape? Wild Wolf's eyes widened, and then he rubbed his eyes with his claws. He really could not believe it. Heifeng and Zhang Tong were the same. Everyone who knew the devil ape was in disbelief and looked like they had seen a ghost. "It's you, the devil ape," Ling also exclaimed. She, who was known as the female Rakshasa, had lost her composure. The devil ape only nodded at a few people. Then, in a flash, it appeared in front of a mysterious person and slapped him. After 3 consecutive slaps, 3 mysterious clones were killed. The devil ape made a strong entrance and destroyed the enemy. The shock that the devil ape brought to others was enough. The battle stopped instantly. The people around were shocked, but they did not dare to make a move. How could it be him? He is the devil ape beside Zichen, the sky-splitting battle ape of the foreign race. Didn't he go to the ancient road? Why is he back? There was another reason why the battle did not continue, and that was because an outsider recognized the devil ape. Back then, Zichen had appeared out of nowhere and rose to power. However, as long as one had seen Zichen and knew Zichen, they would definitely know the devil ape. Back then, Zichen had been able to establish the heavenly barbarian pavilion in the land of chaos. Besides his own strength, he also had the help of others around him. The devil ape was definitely a powerful general. "Devil ape, you're back. Where is Zichen?" Ling was very excited to see the devil ape. After asking, her face was full of anticipation, nervousness, and apprehension. This female Rakshasa who killed without blinking had lost her composure again and again today. Ling was not the only one who wanted to know this question. Everyone who knew the devil ape wanted to know. Back then, they had gone to the ancient road together. Now that he had returned, what about Zichun? Where was Zichun? Suddenly, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. Stop. Don't go over. It was a primordial core realm cultivator who had accidentally discovered a young man who was trying to approach the battlefield. At this moment, the sword sect was about to win the battle. They naturally could not afford to lose. Therefore, a primordial core realm cultivator rushed towards Zichun. The other party came from behind Zichun and attacked him. It was a sneak attack. Chapter 982. The golden light rushed toward his Jindan and then exploded. Boom! The sound was almost the same as when the devil ape killed the enemy. The same explosion, the same vibration, and the same effect. The Jindan was blown up by the golden light and not a single drop was left. Even his Jindan was blown up. This sound once again pulled everyone's gazes back to the front. Only then did they realize that a young man in black with a straight back was walking towards the battlefield ahead. The moment she saw the back, Ling Er's eyes immediately turned red. She didn't need to look at the face or ask the devil ape. She recognized the owner of the back at a glance. She had once been saved by this figure, and she would never forget it. Zichun. It was Zichun. He had returned. The female Rakshas's tears fell unwillingly. She had been waiting for him for more than 100 years. Everyone else had entered the ancient road to increase their strength, but she didn't. She stayed at the heavenly barbarian pavilion, waiting for Zichun's return. She wanted to wait for him, wait for Zichun's return. After more than 100 years, he had finally returned at such a critical moment. When Heifeng, Yilang, Zhang Tong, and the others saw Zichun, their expressions became extremely excited. They couldn't help but shout loudly. Zichun was a name full of miracles. Along the way, he had been accompanied by one aura after another. He had turned the impossible into reality one after another. He was the creator of miracles. Zichun. It's him. He actually came back. The other familiar people naturally recognized Zichun. Their expressions changed drastically, and their emotions immediately became complicated. Especially the few mortal origin realm cultivators, their eyes were full of fear because they felt an extremely terrifying aura from Zichun. During this time, a few more people rushed towards Zichun, but Zichun didn't even need to turn around. Wherever the golden light passed, their Jindan exploded and they died. After killing 4 Jindan origin realm cultivators, no one dared to come forward. He finally walked to the center of the battlefield. During this period of time, the sword sect, who had completely gained the upper hand, had also successfully divided out a human origin stage powerhouse. The man turned around with the mortal greatsword in hand, his cold eyes landing on Zichun. This was a guy who looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. However, this didn't stop him from wanting to kill him. He swung the sword in his hand and shouted coldly at Zichun, "Little brat, if you dare to come up now, you are simply courting death. Even if you are in the human origin stage, you will still die." Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of his sword rang out, and he instantly launched an attack. Slash! A resplendent sword chi appeared, bringing with it an unparalleled sword will. It went straight for Zichun's forehead. This attack shattered the space. It was powerful and terrifying. The sword master was still grinning viciously. So what if his opponent was in the mortal origin realm? He was a sky warrior in the mortal origin realm. He could kill an ordinary mortal origin realm warrior in minutes. He could already foresee the scene of him killing his opponent with one strike. Facing the sword chi, Zichun's expression didn't change. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. Golden light. Dazzling golden light filled the sky. Perfect power was circulating. A crazy aura that made the sky and earth pale appeared. Feeling the aura of Zichun's attack, the sword master's expression changed drastically. He quickly changed from attacking to defending. But it was too late. The moment he faced Zichun, his fate was sealed. The sword chi was shattered by Zichun's attack. Next was the mortal greatsword. Under the powerful attack, cracks appeared on the mortal greatsword, and then it exploded. Zichen's fist was once again aimed at his opponent's heart. Boom! Another explosion sounded. It was the same sound as before, but this time, it made everyone's heart beat faster and their mouths twitch. Because this attack had killed a human origin stage warrior, a real human origin stage warrior. The effect of this strike caused the expressions of everyone to change violently as terror arose in their hearts. On the other hand, the experts of the sword sect that had disdainful expressions earlier had turned their heads successively to look at Zichen, and their expressions had become solemn. Not everyone didn't know Zichen. Everyone felt that Zichen looked familiar, but one of them recognized him. His expression changed and he exclaimed, "Zichen, you're Zichen, the one who has the heavenly book. Didn't you die?" This exclamation awakened the others' memories. They finally remembered where they had seen him. It was on the portrait given by the sect. There was Zichen's face and some of Zichen's deeds. Among them, there was only one thing about him killing a spirit. They had seen it and were shocked for a long time. They had only seen the portrait and had never seen him in person. They didn't expect to see him today. However, the news said that he was dead. Now, all the forces were looking for his body. Why was he still alive? They couldn't find the answer to this question because Zichen said in the next moment, "Demon ape kill. Kill everyone you think should be killed." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen charged towards a sword sect human origin stage cultivator in front of him at extreme speed. Coupled with the fact that both of them were at the same level, the human origin stage cultivator couldn't even catch a glimpse of Zichen's figure before Zichen appeared in front of him. When he realized what was going on, a fist with golden light had already hit his face. The golden light of the fist hit the opponent hard. The power contained in the fist exploded with a loud bang. The effect was still repeating. It was too easy for Zichen to kill someone who was at the same level as him. Not to mention a human origin stage warrior. Even a spirit would be killed by Zichen's punch. On the other side, Zichen's target was very clear. It was the people from the sword school. His attacks were simple and violent. He just threw out his fists, but every time his fists landed, a human origin stage cultivator would die. On the other side, as soon as Zichen finished speaking, a black light flashed in the demon ape's hand. He took out a black stick. After taking out the black stick, he didn't use it to kill the Dan essences around him. Instead, he flashed and flew towards the crowd. He flashed and appeared in front of a human origin stage warrior. This person was from the Shangguan clan. He was the ancestor of both Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Bingshi. The demon ape's eyes were cold. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Demon ape, this is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Zichen, this is a misunderstanding." The ancestor of the Shangguan clan was shocked. He shouted loudly while controlling the power in his body to defend and retreat. Zichen was busy killing his enemies and didn't care about this. The demon ape didn't stop either. Instead, he stretched out his other hand. Black light circled around his fingers. His innate ability appeared again. The old man felt that the Yuan power in his body suddenly went out of control. The Yuan power that he was using started to disappear. This discovery made his expression change. But at this moment, the black stick fell with a destructive aura. Boom! There was another explosion. The human origin stage warrior from the Shangguan clan exploded. He was at the intermediate stage of the human origin stage and had lived for thousands of years. But such an existence was easily defeated by the demon ape. Everyone around was shocked by the combat power of the demon ape and Zichen. They were terrified and regretful. In the demon ape's heart, the Shangguan clan was important enough. This was because Shangguan Yu had a close relationship with Zichen and Shangguan Bingshi had a close relationship with Zhang Haoyan. Because of this, he was furious when he saw that the Shangguan clan didn't help the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and even hit them when they were down. He was the first to attack the Shangguan clan. As the saying goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The fact that the demon ape killed the Shangguan clan's origin stage warrior meant that the relationship between the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and the local forces was completely broken. After killing the human origin stage warrior from the Shangguan clan, the demon ape rushed toward the second human origin stage warrior. This person was from the Wu clan, and Wu Yu was Wang Qiong's wife. Of course, This Wu clan wasn't the same Wu clan in the eastern region. Run! The Wu clan's origin stage warrior had the thought of running away after the demon ape killed the Shangguan clan's origin stage warrior. In terms of relationship, the Shangguan clan was the closest to the heavenly barbarian pavilion. But now, the Shangguan clan's origin stage warrior was killed. This relationship was clearly broken. When the Wu clan's origin stage warrior started to run, the other three clans naturally followed. At this moment, they couldn't even think of resisting. However, even if they broke through and reached the intermediate stage of the human origin stage, they couldn't compare to the demon ape. If the sky-splitting battle ape wanted to kill someone, no one could escape. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the demon ape waved its black stick and killed 5 human origin stage warriors from the overlords. All the cultivators around them were stunned. The demon ape's combat strength was just too strong. The demon ape's return meant that there would only be one superpower in the Bedlam lands from now on, and that was the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion took less than 200 years to rise to the top from its establishment. Everyone knew that the sky of the Bedlam lands was going to change today. Damn it, fall. On the other side, the advanced stage of the human origin stage warrior roared. He had already abandoned the other 5 sword steals and was controlling 4 sword steals to attack Zichun. Zichun stood in the air and formed a seal with his hands. In the next moment, a light flashed in front of him and the Xiantian Realm Extreme appeared. A glaring half-moon rushed toward the advanced stage of the human origin stage warrior at a speed that was as fast as teleportation. Then, a golden light flashed and Extreme Young appeared. The golden sun followed closely behind the half-moon. Boom! When the two energies reached the advanced stage of the human origin stage warrior, they exploded. This was the destructive power of the collision of the perfect yin and yang. Its power was unimaginable. A black hole with a radius of a few thousand meters appeared in the sky. The black hole was filled with endless spatial turbulence. The destructive power was still surging and spreading. The pavilion's protective formation that had been holding on for a long time finally reached its limit and collapsed under the destructive power. The huge Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion appeared in front of everyone. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's protective formation was broken. But so what? None of the Sword Sect warriors were still alive. Zichun killed the advanced stage of the human origin stage warrior first. The 4 sword steels above his head fell down. Although they were still powerful, they were not fatal to Zichun. His body flashed, and the perfect energy in his body surged. He was like a god of war clad in golden armor. He used the perfect energy in his body to hold the 4 sword steels in the air. Rays of light shot out from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The leader was the Pavilion Master, Wang Qiong. Chapter 983. Zichun, it's you. It's really you, Zichun. When Wang Qiong and the others saw Zichun, who looked like a god of war, their faces were filled with disbelief. Zichun carried the 4 sword steels and landed on the ground. The sword steels smashed onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Zichun looked at the crowd with excitement in his eyes. Within a few miles, only the people from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion were left. Everyone stepped forward in Ling or jumped into Zichun's arms, which made Bing slightly unhappy. Zichun, you've broken through to the human origin realm and successfully left the ancient road, Wang Qiong asked. More or less. Zichun smiled. After not seeing each other for more than 100 years, everyone naturally had endless things to talk about. The others were cleaning up the battlefield. After the demon ape killed the human origin realm expert, it didn't attack the others. However, the loss of a human origin realm expert was a huge blow to the 5 elements forces. Pavilion Master Zichun, welcome back, Wu Lu and the rest said excitedly. Wu Lu, He Feng, Yi Lang, Zhang Tong, and the rest were the founding members of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion with Zichun. Zichun knew them and was very familiar with them. It's been hard on you all these years. Zichun patted everyone's shoulders. It's not hard. We've already treated this place as our home, everyone said in unison. Zichun nodded and looked into the distance. The people who were prepared to witness the destruction of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion hadn't left yet. Their expressions were extremely complicated, especially those from the overlords. Zichen turned around and looked at the crowd. He said coldly, "I'm sorry that you didn't get to enjoy the show. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion still exists." The surroundings were dead silent. The people from the overlords wanted to say something, but they didn't in the end. Without a human origin realm expert present, they didn't even have the right to speak to Zichen. How did the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion develop to this extent? It seems like everyone is looking forward to the destruction of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, the demon ape said. That's because the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's current resources have already surpassed the sum of the 5 overlords. They're jealous. Moreover, they know that Zhang Haoyan and Shang Guanyu have left. Coupled with the fact that the other forces are surrounding them, they think that they have a chance, LV Peng said coldly. With the spirit-devouring rats, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion would naturally find the best resources. This was not only true in the Chaos Lands, but also in the ancient beast world. Ancient beasts were nurtured there. Naturally, there were other things as well. The spirit-devouring rats had discovered quite a few high-quality veins there. The current Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion could be said to be as rich as a nation. They had too many resources. Although they did not dare to say that they would nurture a human origin stage cultivator, they would have no problem nurturing a large number of core origin stage cultivators. "Let's go back first," Wang Qiong said. Zichen nodded, and the group entered the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. In the distance, the others still did not leave. The overlords' expressions were extremely ugly. Faced with such a situation, they did not know what to say. Zichen has made it clear that he wants to break off relations with us. However, it's not certain whether it's a blessing or a curse. Although Zichen's combat power is strong, the enemies he has provoked are definitely not weak. One day, they might send an earthly origin stage expert. By then, no matter how strong Zichen is, it'll be useless, Wu family head said. When the others heard this, their expressions relaxed. They nodded and said, "Let's go." Now, these forces did not know how serious the consequences of breaking off relations with Zichen were. The group of forces dispersed. Only a core origin stage cultivator was stunned on the spot. I actually met Zichen and even spoke to him on the way. I even said that the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was not good. However, I'm still alive. The group entered the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The cultivators in the pavilion had already known that Zichen had returned and were all present. When Zichen appeared, they shouted in unison, "Welcome back, Pavilion Master." Zichen waved his hand and said, "Everyone has worked hard all these years. The crisis of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion is over. The celebration will last for 3 days." Cheers were heard all around. After that, Zichen and the others entered the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Those who could enter the pavilion were the main forces of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Since they were the main forces, they were naturally friends. Zichen knew almost all of them, except for a few who he did not know. Therefore, Zichen introduced them to Binger. Binger had not reached the spirit origin stage and was naturally the weakest in the group. Everyone looked at her strangely. Obviously, they were guessing her relationship with Zichen. Zichen emphasized again, "Back then, Binger and her grandfather saved me when the devil ape and I were severely injured." The others were relieved and nodded. However, this time, Binger was unhappy. "Zichen, what's going on? How did you offend them?" Wang Qiong asked after chatting for a while. Before Zichen could speak, the devil ape said, "We didn't offend them. They were too greedy and wanted to steal Zichen's things." Wang Qiong asked again, "Then who are they? What kind of power do they have? Why are there so many human origin stage cultivators?" Zichen smiled bitterly. "They are one of the strongest forces in the Tianwu continent. There are many Hotian and earthly origin stage cultivators. As for whether there are heavenly origin stage cultivators, I'm not sure." Wang Qiong and the others' faces turned pale. Lu Peng said worriedly, "If we kill them today, will there be earthly origin stage cultivators looking for trouble?" The others were also worried. Zichen thought for a while and shook his head. The possibility of earthly origin stage cultivators appearing is not high. As long as we can stop human origin stage cultivators, I think there should be no problem. Could it be that the things you have are only attractive to human origin stage cultivators, and have no effect on earthly origin stage cultivators? Wang Qiong asked again. Zichen said, no, the things I have are attractive to all the big forces. Last time, I was heavily injured and almost died because I met an earthly origin stage cultivator. Then how can you be sure that they won't attack you a second time?
The others' faces changed again.
Because there is one thing that is even more attractive than the things I have. I think they won't give up on the big stuff for the small stuff. What is it? Zichen's eyes flashed and he said word by word, lightning, divine, palace. Lightning divine palace. Exclamations sounded again. Almost everyone knew about the legend of the lightning divine palace. It was a place where people could become gods. In the current world, almost all cultivators had heard of the legend of the lightning divine palace, but they had never seen it before. Is there really a lightning divine palace in this world? Wu Lu whispered. Zichen nodded and said, of course. I personally saw the lightning divine palace appear in front of me, so I don't think it's fake. Furthermore, I've seen it twice. Everyone in the palace was deeply shocked. Even Elder Gue was moved. Other people might not even see the lightning divine palace once in their lifetime, but Zichen had seen it twice. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that the lightning divine palace actually existed in this world. After that, Zichen described the scene of the lightning divine palace's appearance. Everyone was extremely shocked. At the same time, they also rejoiced for the two of them. They actually managed to survive the devastation of the boundless rule force. Zichen then talked about a few things about Sky Realm cultivators, as well as spiritual bodies. Hearing this, they all sighed and exclaimed that the Sky Martial Continent was too big. If it's just defending against human origin stage cultivators, it shouldn't be a big problem. LV Peng said, you have a way. Everyone looked at LV Peng. Originally, I didn't have a way, but now that Zichen has returned, I think it shouldn't be a big problem. LV Peng said, Zichen is already in the human origin stage. His battle prowess is already very strong, and his strength is incomparably powerful. If we let him control the 9 sword steels, we won't have to worry about others using sword formations to surround us. Speaking of the sword steels, everyone's eyes were filled with reverence. The sword steels were extremely powerful, and LV Peng could use them to kill a human origin stage cultivator. The people from the sword sect had come again, not for Zichen, but for the sword steels. This was originally just a guess, but after seeing the last 4 sword steels, everyone naturally understood. On each sword steel, there was a sword intent. These sword intents had already evolved to the extreme, representing a kind of extreme realm. There were fast, slow, heavy, light, and sharp. But no matter which one it was a kind of inheritance that had reached the extreme. Zichen already had a perfect body, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. After returning this time, he could tell that the sword steels were the inheritance of Xiantian techniques. Only Xiantian realm cultivators could truly comprehend and obtain the inheritance. Of course, some talented people could also comprehend some of the sword intents and use them to create a set of sword arts. This was a true treasure, and its value was no less than the heavenly book. It could be used to cultivate a large number of powerful cultivators. The original method of using it was indeed a waste. After LV Peng explained, Zichen said, you mean, we should use the 9 extreme formation? You know about the 9 extreme formation? LV Peng was obviously surprised. He knew that Zichen knew about formations, but he didn't expect him to know about the 9 extreme formation as well. I know a little, Zichen said. Then it's easy. The sword steels are extraordinary. You can use the 9 extreme formation to release the sword intents within. It won't be a problem for you to fight against a human origin stage cultivator. Plus, with the formation, you won't be afraid of being surrounded. LV Peng said, in this world, no one dared to say that they weren't afraid of being surrounded. Only formation masters dared to say that. In front of a formation master, 1 person and 100 people didn't mean much. Of course, there was a limit, and it wouldn't work if the limit was exceeded. But how many human origin stage cultivators could besiege Zichen? It couldn't be more than 100. Zichen was sure that the Earth origin stage cultivators wouldn't appear. He still had a long time, and during this time, Zichen decided to make the heavenly barbarian pavilion stronger. At the top of the hall, Zichen said, "Pass down the order. The celebration will last for 3 days. After 3 days, everyone will move out and start collecting and searching for resources." Full force. Everyone looked at Zichen in confusion. That's right. The war is coming, and we don't have much time left. LV Pong, have you built the transportation formation to the barbarian land? Zichen looked at LV Pong and asked. LV Pong nodded and said, "It's been built for a long time." "Then do you think it's possible to establish a sect there?" "Of course it's possible. That's where the Wuji sect is located. And for some reason, the spiritual qi in the barbarian land is extremely dense. If that place is a good place to establish a sect, then the ruins are a holy place for cultivation." Chapter 984. Move back to the land of barbarians? Why? Asked Zichen. Everyone's face was filled with puzzlement. They had established a foothold in the Bedlam and were fully deserving of their title as the #1 power in the Bedlam. Moreover, they had many mineral veins and markets in the Bedlam. Their daily income was astronomical. It could be said that they were making a lot of money in the Bedlam. Why would they want to go back? It must be noted that the land of barbarians was extremely desolate. Even though the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become very rich, mineral veins and the like were still very rare. Facing everyone's confusion, Zichen explained, "Soon, there will be a great battle. We need to return to the Savage Land and guard that place. We need to protect the Savage Land." Great war? What great war? Zichen had mentioned a great war, but no one knew what kind of war it was. Furthermore, he mentioned guarding the land of barbarians. It was evident that the scale of the war would not be small. The war between humans and demons. The alien races have invaded, and they have already reached the ancient road. Zichen's words caused everyone's expression to change drastically. The invasion of the alien races and the war between humans and demons were obviously very important. I estimate that it will take them a long time to break through the ancient road. However, there are too many experts among the demon race. We have to make preparations as soon as possible. If the war between humans and demons breaks out, we will have to choose a region to guard. I believe it should be the land of barbarians, said Zichen. Everyone knew that the founders of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion came from the land of barbarians. They had no objections to Zichen's suggestion. If they really had to guard the land of barbarians, they would naturally guard the land of barbarians because the people of the fringe were not worth guarding. LV Ping nodded and said, "All right, I agree. I will return to the land of barbarians and look for a place to establish our sect. However, there are some useful things in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion that we can move over when the time comes." Zichen waved his hand and said, "There is no hurry. We have not seen each other for many years. Let's have a good gathering." After that, he looked at the people around him and said, "All the resources of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, as well as all the subordinates of the forces, will be celebrated for 3 days. After 3 days, everyone will work hard. Send out all the people you can and gather resources as quickly as possible." The crowd nodded again and dispersed. Linger accompanied Binger while Zichen went to Cauldron Spirit's residence. When Zichen saw Cauldron Spirit on the mountain peak, he stepped forward and greeted him. "Yes, you are back." Cauldron Spirit nodded. "Senior, we plan to move back, abolish the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, and establish the Wuji sect," Zichen said directly. "Oh, did something happen?" Cauldron Spirit looked at Zichen in surprise. "Senior, why do you ask? If you didn't have any urgent matters to attend to, you could have gone back and established an everlasting sect on your own instead of moving the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion back. Relocating a sect is a huge undertaking. The manpower, material resources, and financial resources required would all be enormous. Moreover, you had to move back to such a rundown place. What else could it be other than trouble?" Cauldron Spirit groaned. Zichen was secretly impressed by Cauldron Spirit's shrewdness. He immediately told Cauldron Spirit about the invasion. Alien invasion. Cauldron Spirit's eyes glinted. "Do you have any suggestions, Senior?" Zichen asked modestly. Cauldron Spirit did not answer. Instead, he looked at Zichen. When he saw that Zichen had goosebumps, he grinned and said, "Kid, you are much better than I had imagined. Instead of thinking about how to protect yourself, you are thinking about how to protect the barbarian land. Just this responsibility alone is far greater than that little Wuji from back then." Seeing the puzzled look on Zichen's face, Cauldron's spirit explained that little Wuji was the one who caused the destruction of the Wuji sect. He was the sect master of the Wuji sect. "Senior, you must be joking. I am merely at the mortal origin realm. How can I be compared to the sect master of the Wuji sect?" Cauldron's spirit said, "Indeed. The two of you cannot be compared to each other because he is too selfish. He is not worthy of being compared to you." Cauldron's spirit's voice was cold and detached. It was obvious that he was still brooding over what happened back then. "Senior, the lightning divine temple has appeared again," Zichen said cautiously. A trace of ridicule flashed across Cauldron's spirit's eyes as he said, "That evil bastard has appeared again. The demonic race is invading again. Haha, chaos is upon us." The demonic race had invaded with numerous experts. Moreover, Zichen had personally fought against the demonic race on the ancient road. If an ordinary human cultivator were to fight against an ordinary demonic race, death would be the only outcome. In a one-on-one battle, the human race would be at a disadvantage. Naturally, Zichen did not care about the fate of the common people. All he cared about was protecting his own land. With a flash of brilliance in his hand, the mortal origin fruit appeared. He held the mortal origin fruit and said, "Senior, this is the mortal origin fruit. I wonder if Senior can refine some medicinal pellets that are on par with the mortal origin fruit?" A trace of surprise flashed across Cauldron's spirit's face when he saw the mortal origin fruit. Obviously, he had seen it before. He took the mortal origin fruit and carefully observed it. After a short while, he shook his head and said, "This fruit contains the energy of the natural laws. I cannot refine something that is exactly the same as the mortal origin fruit." Zichen's eyes lit up upon hearing those words. He asked, "Then Senior means that you can refine something with the same effect as the mortal origin fruit?" Cauldron's spirit took a glance at Zichen and said, "The human origin realm is, after all, still within the realm of humans. At this realm, one can still consume medicinal pellets. The mortal origin fruit is a miraculous fruit that contains the energy of natural laws. This energy of natural laws is of great use to cultivators. Even if I have the ability to reach the human origin realm, not everyone needs the energy of natural laws. Everyone has some of the energy of natural laws in their body. Although I can't replicate the mortal origin fruit, I can still refine some mortal origin pellets. I can refine the mortal origin fruit." Zichen was very surprised by this result. However, he did not let his excitement get to his head. Instead, he asked, "There should be side effects, right?" Cauldron's spirit nodded and said, "Of course. If one is unable to reach the earthly origin realm for the rest of his life, and if one lacks the ability to comprehend nature, it will affect one's potential. To be exact, the probability of making another breakthrough is less than 50%. In Zichen's opinion, this side effect was not a big deal. After all, there were too many people in this world who were stuck at the mortal origin realm. As long as one could reach the mortal origin realm, they would be able to make another breakthrough for the rest of their lives. It was just like how Yukong was willing to reach the Dan origin realm and never make a breakthrough for the rest of his life. "May I know what materials and main ingredients are required to refine this mortal origin pill?" asked Zichen after putting away the mortal origin fruit. "Only one main ingredient is required, and that is the yuan core of a mortal origin realm expert. As for the other ingredients, they are relatively easy to find." Zichen had killed many mortal origin realm experts and possessed quite a number of yuan cores. When he heard that the yuan core was the yuan core, his face was immediately filled with astonishment. Cauldron's spirit looked at Zichen and said, "Not everyone can kill a mortal origin realm expert. Furthermore, as it is an act that defies the natural order, only 2 yuan cores can be successfully refined into a mortal origin pill. The success rate is less than 80%. In addition, the success rate of making a breakthrough after consuming the mortal origin pill is also less than 80%. After leaving behind some yuan cores, Zichen left the place. This time, He went straight to the mountain peak where the 9 sword steels were placed. The original sword steels were used by LV Pong as the cornerstone of the defensive formation. After Zichen returned and gathered all 9 sword steels, LV Pong removed the sword steels from the formation. LV Pong had been waiting there for a long time. Obviously, he was going to teach Zichen the 9 extremes formation. The 9 extremes formation represented the 9 extremes. It was the best way to control the 9 sword steels. Zichen walked to the center of the 9 sword steels. His perfect golden spiritual senses gushed out. Soon after, he formed hand seals and the 9 sword steels began to vibrate. A strange look flashed across LV Peng's eyes. He said, "You know how to control them?" "I know a little." At first, Zichen was not familiar with the hand seals. As the 9 sword steels were vibrating, Zichen was unable to control them smoothly. But as time passed, Zichen's hand seals became faster and faster, and he became more proficient in controlling the sword steels. Boom! Finally, with a loud tremor, the sword steels rose from the ground. A sharp sword will surged out and swept through the entire heavenly barbarian pavilion. In the pavilion, many cultivators sensed the sword will and appeared one after another. They looked toward the mountain peak. Seeing that Zichen was familiar with the 9 extremes formation so quickly, LV Pong was shocked. On the sword steels, the sword will surged and an oppressive aura spread. Zichen was quietly sensing the sword steels. After a while, the powerful aura on the sword steels retracted and the sword steels slowly fell. Zichen opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his eyes. This sword steels are indeed good stuff. They are rare treasures. If I can successfully refine them, their power should be even stronger. LV Peng looked at Zichen and asked, "Do you have a way to refine them?" Zichen said, "I can try. There's no need to rush. We'll talk about it after the 3 days of the celebration." LV Peng smiled. The 3 days of the celebration would naturally start from tomorrow. However, tonight, LV Peng and the others still held a welcoming ceremony for Zichen. Wang Qiong returned the pavilion master Zichen's token to Zichen. During this period of time, Zichen refused, but everyone insisted that Zichen keep it. After that, Zichen sent a voice transmission to LV Peng, asking him to refine a similar token and give it to Wang Qiong. Of course, the name on the token was no longer Zichen, but Wang Qiong. During the banquet, everyone introduced some core members of the pavilion to Zichen. They were also veterans, but they were all strangers. They had only joined the heavenly barbarian pavilion in the past 100 years. Zichen, the real pavilion lord, had returned, so everyone naturally had to toast him. Even though Zichen had developed a good tolerance for alcohol on the ancient road, he couldn't hold up against so many people. Everyone drank 1 cup after another, and he soon drank too much. Ling the female Rakshasa, also drank until her face was red. In the end, she could not handle the alcohol and left the banquet. Bing on the other hand, kept Zichen company. After the banquet ended, Bing helped Zichen back to his room. However, when they were outside the room, Zichen sent Bing back. He had drunk too much and was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and harm this little girl. Bing pouted, stomped her feet, and left unhappily. Zichen pushed open the door and entered the room. However, the moment he entered, he smelled an extremely pleasant fragrance in the room. This fragrance seemed to have a fatal attraction. It actually made Zichen's heart beat faster. Zichen shook his dizzy head. After entering the room, he walked towards the bed. He was happy today and could indulge himself for a day without cultivating. The curtain beside the bed was drawn. After Zichen pulled it open, the fragrance became even stronger. He shook his head again. When he saw that there was nothing on the bed, he fell asleep. Chapter 985. Zichen, who was about to fall asleep, looked up and saw a delicate face in front of him. Her face was beautiful, and her eyes were like silk. Her beauty fell on Zichen's face, emitting a light fragrance. Ling Linger. Zichen's voice was a little muffled. He was not awake yet. Zichen, I want you. Linger smiled. Her breath smelled like orchids. Her red lips moved towards Zichen. I am yours. Ling closed her eyes. Between their lips, there was something blocking them. Zichun was much more awake. Ling what are you doing? Ling opened her eyes and saw the finger on her lips. She smiled mischievously and bit it. Zichun screamed. Most of the drunkenness in his body dissipated. Just as he was about to raise his body, he saw Ling entire body on top of him. Zichun panicked and quickly used his hands to hold Ling shoulders. Ling was wearing a translucent gauze dress. It was very soft and smooth. Zichun only felt his hands slip, and the gauze dress slipped off. Ling shoulders were exposed. Her delicate collarbone, white and shiny skin, and the unique fragrance of a young girl made Zichun's mind ripple. The tip of his nose almost bled. Zichun wanted to push Ling away, but who knew that it looked more like he wanted to take off her clothes. Ling giggled. Zichun, you are so naughty. Call me master. I am your master. Zichun was already panicking. He wanted to put the gauze dress back on Ling but he did not succeed after a few tries. The gauze dress was very slippery, and it kept touching Ling skin. Zichun simply did not do it. His body leaned back, but then he felt something touch his chest through the gauze dress. Ling don't have a master. I only have a big brother. Ling body was completely on top of Zichun. Both of them were in a position where Ling was on top and Zichun was on the bottom. Both of their bodies were very close, and it was very ambiguous. Zichun's body glowed, and rays of golden light rushed out from his body. The drunkenness from before was instantly dispelled, and the delicate fragrance of the young girl in the room became even stronger. It was like a soul attack, constantly attacking Zichun's sea of consciousness, causing his body and mind to ripple as flames burned within him. Ling was not afraid of the golden light at all. Instead, she smiled even more happily. It's better to dispel the drunkenness. We are both in a sober state, and we will cherish each other more. In Zichun's eyes, Ling seemed to have turned into a demoness. At this moment, this demoness was baring her fangs at him. Boom! Zichun's aura went berserk again. However, the perfect power that had always been invincible seemed to have been greatly reduced today. It was actually ineffective against Ling It's useless. Your wine has something I specially made for you. Do you remember this room? Back then, you were together with Sister Yuer. At that time, I swore that I would be with you here. Ling clothes, which were not much to begin with, were slipping down. Her seductive figure was completely exposed to Zichun. I am your master. Zichun emphasized again. He could not stand this kind of teasing. He simply closed his eyes, and the golden light around him entered a dormant state. What, my little Zichun, are you not going to resist? Ling pulled up a strand of hair and slid it past Zichun's nose. Then, she giggled. It's useless to resist. It's better to just enjoy it. Zichun had already discovered the strangeness in his spiritual sea. There was a strange energy here. It was not harmful, but it could easily cause him to hallucinate. His mind was filled with scenes of him being together with Shangguan Yuer. Moreover, Zichun was a normal man. He really could not stand this kind of teasing. In addition, this energy was suppressing the power in his body, making him unable to concentrate and control it. He felt very weak. Little Zichun, when you become arrogant, my whole body will be yours. Ling smiled. Then, her whole body pressed tightly against Zichun. A pair of jade peaks were pressing against Zichun's chest. Zichun suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. He almost lost control of the strange energy. His reason told him to stay calm, but there seemed to be a demon living in the depths of his spiritual sea, telling him to conquer Ling I don't care, so why do you care? Besides, I don't recognize you as my master. At most, I'm just a senior apprentice brother. It's normal for a senior apprentice brother to have a relationship with a junior apprentice sister. The demonic voice echoed in Zichun's spiritual sea. Zichun was in a trance. He could no longer distinguish between illusion and reality. That mysterious energy was making him fall. You are master and disciple. There are no feelings between you. You're just being impulsive now. What will happen in the future? What will happen to Linger's reputation? Zichun still had some reason left. Yuer leaned over Zichun. Her red lips were close to his ear. She softly said, "Don't resist, don't struggle. Come, follow the steps in the depths of your heart. Besides, all your struggles are useless." Then, she stuck out her tongue and licked the tip of Zichen's ear. Zichen felt as if he had been electrocuted. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was a crazy flame in his eyes. "Are you going to lose your mind? Come." Boom. A violent aura suddenly emerged from Zichen's body. This aura was extremely powerful. It was like a super strong hurricane. Ling let out a cry of surprise. Her whole body was sent flying. She crashed into two screens. Her clothes were untidy. Her skin was as smooth as jade. Her beautiful face was full of surprise. One had to know that she had tampered with Zichen's wine. Once, when Zichen was drunk, he had sex with Shangguan Yuer without tampering. But today, he was sober after she tampered with his wine. You're so mischievous. Get out." Zichen took a deep breath and said majestically. He was completely sober. "Get out? Why should I go out? You seduced me. You asked me to come. Then I'll fulfill your wish." Ling made up her mind. Then, her whole body flashed. Like a boneless snake, she wrapped around Zichen. Golden light flashed in Zichen's hand. The golden light exploded in front of his eyes. A wave of energy spread in all directions. With a crackling sound, the jade in the room shattered. Ling was also forced to retreat. "Hurry up and go back. I'll pretend nothing happened today," Zichen said with a sullen face. "Nothing happened? How is that possible? My drunken dream immortal downpour is extremely rare. I don't believe you can hold on." Ling gritted her teeth and said, "Anyway, after you're poisoned, you'll have to give it to someone else. It's better to give it to me." With that, Ling stepped forward again. "Nonsense. This is really nonsense. I'm your master." Golden energy flew out from Zichen's hand. This energy was full of tenacity. They rushed toward Ling like little snakes. Facing the powerful Zichen, Ling was naturally no match. The little golden snakes wrapped around her tightly. "Let me go." Ling struggled. Seeing that Zichen didn't react, Ling stared and said, "What? You don't like to be passive? Do you want to be active?" Zichen pointed with his finger again, and Ling's clothes were all rolled up. Then, one by one, they were placed on Ling's body. "Don't mess around anymore." With that, the golden light wrapped around Ling and flew outside. A crackling sound came from Zichen's room. It had already alerted the others. They all rushed over and saw that the female Rakshasa was sent flying out by the energy. She fell to the ground. The female Rakshasa today was extremely beautiful and charming. However, they had been with her for a long time. Naturally, they knew that her temper was just like her appearance. She was very fiery. The female Rakshasa had never denied her feelings for Zichen. She almost always said that she would give her body to him. Everyone knew why she hadn't entered the ancient road. At this moment, seeing the female Rakshasa fly out with her clothes in disarray, they could roughly guess what had happened. They immediately blushed with shame. She was the first person who dared to use force on Zichen. She was indeed a female Rakshasa. After Ling got up, she glared at Zichen's room and said loudly, "Zichen, just you wait. I'm not done with you." In the room, Zichen was silent. Around him, the others wanted to laugh. Obviously, they had already guessed that Zichen was having a headache. "What are you all looking at? Have you never seen a beauty? Or have you never seen a couple quarreling?" Ling turned her head and shouted at the people around her. The people present naturally included Wang Qiao, the pavilion master, and the other senior figures. However, Ling obviously didn't care about them. Everyone looked at each other. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare. Holding it in, they silently turned around and left. "That's really fierce," the devil ape said after they were far away. Immediately, it attracted a lot of laughter. "Just you wait. Just you wait." Ling was still angry. Then, she glared at Zichen's room and said, "Next time, I'll give you 10 times the dose. Let's see if you can still take it." The room was a mess. Zichen sat cross-legged on the bed. There was still the scent of Ling's body on the bed. Zichen couldn't calm down, so he simply got off the bed and found a chair to sit on. After such a commotion, His drunkenness was completely gone. Sleeping was a luxury, but he couldn't calm down to cultivate. After a while, Zichun simply said, "Forget it. I'll go cultivate the 9 extremes formation." Zichun left the room and went to the peak of the mountain dozens of miles away. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Zichun couldn't sleep and cultivated. The sword intent wreaked havoc in this area, and the powerful aura constantly surged. It was destined that the others wouldn't be able to rest well. Before dawn, the cultivators came out one by one and started to get busy. On one hand, they couldn't calm down because of the 3-day celebration. On the other hand, it was more because of the powerful aura and sword intent that occasionally wreaked havoc. While the entire Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was in a festive mood, news of Zichun's return had spread throughout the entire chaotic land. Zichun, who had returned, was very powerful. His Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had naturally become a superpower. However, the scene of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion quickly restoring the market didn't happen. After 3 days of the celebration, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion entered a busy state. The market was completely abandoned. All the cultivators went to the resource veins and started to speed up the mining. The female Rakshasa also brought people back to the ancient beast world as soon as possible. This time, she wasn't going to train, but to kill ancient beasts with all her might. After Zichun's return, it seemed that everyone in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion worked hard. However, some forces also noticed something unusual. Chapter 986. In the hall was the head of the Liu family, a late-stage primal core expert. Because they were attached to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, the Liu family had developed rapidly in the past few years, suppressing the Wang family. They were fully deserving of being the strongest power in the Savage Land. After the head of the Liu family arrived, he first congratulated Zichun on his return. Then, he asked when the market would reopen. It had to be known that the Liu family had a huge business in the market now. Because of the agreement with the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, they did not open branches in other markets. However, because of this, every day the market was closed. The Liu family's losses were immeasurable. "I don't plan to open the market anymore." Zichun's reply shocked the head of the Liu family. He immediately asked, "Pavilion Master Zichun, why are you doing this?" Zichun looked at the head of the Liu family and said, "I'm only telling this to you. As for you, you have to make preparations as soon as possible while keeping this a secret." The head of the Liu family saw the seriousness in Zichun's expression and nodded. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion is preparing to move back to the Savage Land and establish the Wuji sect. This is because there will be a huge war soon. This war will involve the entire Tianwu continent. The battle will be very fierce. Therefore, what we need to do now is to accumulate strength, not wealth. A war involving the Tianwu continent? The head of the Liu family was shocked. That's right. The invaders are the foreign tribes, and a great war may break out at any time. Now, the weapons refined by the Liu family can be kept for your own use, or you can sell them to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. However, you are not allowed to sell them to other forces. Furthermore, from now on, the weapons refined by the Liu family must be of high quality. Pavilion Master Zichun, how true is this news? Asked the head of the Liu family. 100%. Good. I'll bring them back to the Savage Land now. Zichun nodded. That's good too. Prepare early. When you leave, you can leave from here. After a while, the head of the Liu family left. Zichun bringing the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion back would naturally have a huge impact on the Liu family. Furthermore, the title of the strongest power was destined to be revoked. However, in the face of the upcoming war, this title was useless. What the Liu family needed was not a title, but a rise. And this time, it was clearly the Liu family's opportunity. The news of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion killing a mortal origin realm cultivator from the Overlord faction had spread throughout the ancient beast world. The fact that the Overlord faction did not dare to settle the score was enough to prove how powerful the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had only risen to power for less than 200 years, but it had already trampled the Overlord forces under its feet. The speed of its rise was shocking. When the spirit-devouring rats had arrived at the ancient beast world, They had carefully explored this place and found many large mineral veins. As they were not in a hurry, the people of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion were slowly mining. In addition, only Danyuan could enter this place, and Danyuan did not want to mine, so the progress was slow. However, after Zichen's return, a large number of Dan essences entered the world of ancient beasts. This time, even the pavilion master, Wang Qiong, had arrived. He personally oversaw the situation. A large number of Dan essences began to collect resources and mineral veins. Some of the more powerful Dan essences were in charge of killing ancient beasts. On the same day, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion opened up 4 large mineral veins and killed countless ancient beasts. Every day, large amounts of resources were brought back to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and placed in the treasury. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's actions puzzled the other factions. However, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's daily intake of resources made them jealous. However, with Zichen around, no one dared to do anything to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. On the 10th day, the peace agreement that Zichen had signed with the demon race was broken by the demon race. After that, the demon race in the wasteland attacked the humans in the land of chaos. This was a devastating blow to the cultivators in the land of chaos. When the battle began, the humans were forced to retreat. They were forced to retreat tens of thousands of miles, and many of them were injured or killed. Ling was leading a team to chase after a group of ancient beasts when she heard the battle cries from afar. "Let's go and take a look." Ling gestured for a late-stage primal core cultivator to go. After a while, the late-stage primal core cultivator returned and reported, "It's the demon race. They're attacking the other factions. Should we go and help?" Ling glanced at him and asked, "Help? Why?" The late-stage primal core cultivator was stunned and said, "Because we're all in the same camp." Ling said coldly, "We were in the same camp in the past, but not now. Let's wait until the demon race attacks the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion." Just as the demon race was attacking the humans, the tribe leader of the demon race's ape tribe, the primal core elder ape, entered the ancient beast world. After he arrived, he held the Dragonman tribe's token and gathered all the tribe leaders. When he saw all the tribe leaders arrive, he held the token and said, "You're not allowed to attack the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. If you disobey, you'll be killed." The Dragonman's token had a strong deterrent effect on everyone. Even if they were confused, they did not dare to ask and could only obey. Hence, in the following battle, a strange scene occurred. The demon race would take a detour around the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's properties. When they saw the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's hunting team, they would also avoid them. The demon race did not attack the people from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, so the people from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion naturally did not interfere. Now, their main task was to search for resources. During this period, the other factions that could not win formed an alliance and launched a counterattack against the demon race. Some of these people followed Zichen in the past and knew the tactics that Zichen used against the demon race. However, after they used it, they realized that it was completely ineffective. Without a strong general, they could not deal a heavy blow to the demon race. After a while, they suffered heavy losses. Helpless, dozens of factions gathered together and started to discuss countermeasures. The demon race is determined to chase us out. Our counterattack is completely ineffective. We can only ask the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion for help. The previous incident has already made the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion disappointed. Will they help us? We're all humans. Furthermore, the demon race is attacking us now. After this, they will definitely deal with the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. I think they can see this. Everyone was discussing, but other than asking the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion for help, there was no other choice. However, who in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion to ask for help from was a big problem. Someone suggested, "Why don't we ask the female Rakshasa? She's extremely powerful and is not any weaker than Zichen in the past. As long as she's willing to lead us to attack the demon race, she'll definitely be the second Zichen to create a miracle." Go to the female Rakshasa. Are you crazy or thinking of committing suicide? She's indeed very powerful, but she's also very hot-tempered and bloodthirsty. She's a far cry from Zichen in the past. Instead of looking for her, why don't we look for pavilion leader Wang Qiong? That's right. Look for pavilion leader Wang Qiong. Old Wu, isn't Wu Yu from the Wu family engaged to pavilion leader Wang Qiong? If you look for him, he should give you some face. Wu Yu's father was a primordial core expert and had a high status in the family. After hearing this, he laughed bitterly and said, I'm afraid I can't give him face because we haven't seen each other for decades. What's there to be afraid of? The relationship between father and daughter is deep. Even if we don't see each other, our hearts are connected. Wu Yu's father shook his head and said, It's useless. The Wu family gave up on the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion previously, which is equivalent to giving up on Wu Yu. When both parties got married, there were elements of an alliance through marriage. However, what happened in the end made the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and Wu Yu disappointed. Seeing that Wu Yu's father was unwilling to go, someone beside him said, Brother Shangguan, the Shangguan family has an extraordinary relationship with Zichun. Why don't you go and talk to him? Shangguan Bing, she is with Zhang Haoyan, and she's still living in the Shangguan family. Furthermore, Shangguan Yu and Zichun are husband and wife. Why don't you try looking for Zichun? Shangguan Feixiong laughed bitterly as well. I'm afraid there's no room for discussion. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion is in trouble. I tricked my daughter into coming back, and she's been locked up ever since. Furthermore, Yu has already drawn a clear line with the Shangguan family. Now, the Shangguan family has nothing to do with the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. What's the harm in trying? This is an opportunity. As long as we tell Zichun about our relationship, I'm sure he'll agree. This time, he's not only helping us but also the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Would he watch us get chased out and then the demon race chase them out? This time, everyone was silent. However, for the sake of benefits, they still had to fight for it. Hence, the next day, Shangguan Feixiong left the ancient beast world and headed to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. As for Wu Yu's father, he went to look for Wang Qiong. From afar, he saw Wang Qiong controlling a purple gold gourd. The purple gold gourd was as big as a mountain. It was upside down in the air, and an illusory light shone from the mouth of the gourd. This illusory light shrouded an area of a few miles below. Following Wang Qiong's shout, a strong suction force came from the mouth of the gourd. Under this suction force, the mineral vein below began to shake. It was as if a giant was lifting it up. The entire mineral vein, along with the ground, was lifted up inch by inch. He was going to absorb the entire mineral vein. This scene stunned Wu Yu's father. Rumbling sounds continued. After about 2 hours, the mineral vein was completely absorbed by the purple gold gourd. Wang Qiong looked at the deep pit that was dozens of miles wide and shouted, Clean up the surroundings. If you find a mineral vein, take it away. We'll go to the next one. After many years of development, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had many Elixir Realm cultivators. However, there were even more Flying Realm and True Energy Realm cultivators. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Hence, it would be faster to take the entire mineral vein and mine it outside. Wu Yu's father saw Wang Qiong, but they didn't speak. Wang Qiong was very busy. He didn't even have time to rest. After using up his origin energy, he immediately swallowed pills to recover. Then, he collected mineral veins one after another. At the same time, Ling was holding a golden storage bangle. This was the one that Zichun had obtained from an Origin Realm cultivator from the Jin family. The space inside was huge and could store living things. Now Ling wasn't just hunting ancient beasts. She was collecting large amounts of living ancient beasts so that she could raise them in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion in the future. It was troublesome to dissect them after killing them, but it was too easy to capture them alive. She would go forward, knock them out, and collect them. This wanton collection continued for 3 months. After 3 months, the people from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion voluntarily left the ancient beast world. Chapter 987. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had retreated back to the land of chaos. This was a huge blow to the other forces. They had hoped that the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion would start a fight with the demon race to protect themselves. They had not expected the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion to retreat. This was very different from how the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion used to do things. If the heavenly barbarian pavilion retreated, they would not be able to defeat the demon race. This meant that the ancient beast world would belong to the demon race. The other forces were not willing to accept this. Therefore, they gathered again to discuss and prepared to go to the heavenly barbarian pavilion to persuade Zichun. This time, the candidate was Shangguan Feixiong. It was worth mentioning that the last time Shangguan Feixiong went, he did not even get to see Zichun before he was chased out. If I go alone, the result will be the same. I won't even get to see Zichun, Shangguan Feixiong said directly. Then why don't you bring Shangguan Bingxi with you? Zichun might not give you face, but he should give her face, someone suggested. Once upon a time, they were the hegemonic powers. Everyone had to give them face. But now, they had to give face to others. They had to give face to others. That won't do. This concerns the entire land of chaos. It's not something the two of us can talk about. Moreover, even if I agree, what if you go back on your words? I'll say it again. If you want to go, we'll go together, Shangguan Feixiong insisted. Since it involved their own interests, everyone had no choice but to go together. Zichun was no longer the same as before. They might not even have the right to see him, let alone the other people in the tribe. Everyone who came this time had the right to talk to him. Before they came, they had already decided that they had to protect the ancient beast world even if they had to lose some benefits. However, just as they reached the border of the heavenly barbarian pavilion, they were stopped by a group of patrolling cultivators. Stop. This is the territory of the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, the leader of the group said coldly. The heavenly barbarian pavilion used to be kind and never bullied others. However, things did not end well for them. More people wanted the heavenly barbarian pavilion to be destroyed. After Zichun returned, the heavenly barbarian pavilion changed drastically. They became aggressive and arrogant. In addition to closing the city square and the teleportation array, no other cultivators were allowed to enter his territory. Are you blind? Can't you see who's here? Outsiders, look. Isn't Shangguan Feixiong an outsider? He's Zhang Haoyin's father-in-law, and his favorite niece is Zichun's wife. Why aren't you moving out of the way? The Danyuan from the heavenly barbarian pavilion stepped forward. They did not have as many people as the other party, but they were not afraid at all. The leader, Danyuan, looked coldly at the crowd in front of him and pointed at the boundary below. He said coldly, "Whoever dares to cross the line will be killed without mercy." The expressions of the others changed. When had the heavenly barbarian pavilion ever been so domineering? Immediately, one of the family heads said in dissatisfaction, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to us like that? Call your sect leader out." A mocking look flashed across the late-stage primal core realm cultivator's face. "You think you're qualified to meet the sect master?" The attitude of the other party made the family heads extremely uncomfortable. The heavenly barbarian pavilion, which had been polite for so many years, now had a very domineering attitude. "Friend, it's like this. We're here to discuss important matters with pavilion leader Zichun. Can you make an exception?" Shangguan Feixiong asked with a smile. Pavilion leader Zichun is in seclusion and is not seeing anyone. Go back. Danyuan's attitude was very clear. He was not going to let them pass. Although the family heads were angry, they did not dare to use force in front of the heavenly barbarian pavilion, who had shed all pretense of cordiality. Helplessly, the group could only return. We were polite and nice to you at first, but all of you are looking forward to our deaths. You really think that we won't dare to be domineering, and won't be domineering?" Danyuan looked at the back of the group with a mocking look in his eyes. When the group returned to the nearest city square, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Originally, the heavenly barbarian pavilion was like a docile wolf king that others could touch however they wanted. Everyone was already used to this wolf king that did not have a temper. Suddenly, the wolf king bared its fangs at them. While they were not used to it, they were even more furious. "This is too much. A mere primordial core realm cultivator dares to speak to us like this." Hateful, infuriating. After venting their anger, they still had to think of a way to seize Zichun. The only way was to bring Shangguan Bingxi along. Helplessly, Shangguan Feixiong could only go back personally and bring Shangguan Bingxi along. The next morning, at the same place, Dan Yuan met the family heads. He sneered and said coldly, "Outsiders are not allowed to enter the territory of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. If anyone dares to step forward, they will be killed without mercy." All the family heads were fuming with anger. One of them pointed at Dan Yuan's nose and said loudly, "Are you blind? Can't you see who this is? Are you going to tell me that she's not from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion?" Dan Yuan saw Shangguan Bingshi. At this moment, Shangguan Bingshi looked very haggard. The group of Dan Yuan cupped their fists and bowed to Shangguan Bingshi. "Miss Bingshi is back. Let's go back quickly." Dan Yuan changed his cold attitude. Shangguan Bingshi nodded and walked away. Behind Shangguan Bingshi, the other family heads also walked forward arrogantly. However, before they could take 2 steps forward, they were stopped by an elixir weapon. "Miss Bingshi is from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. She can enter, but you can't. Those who enter will die, and those who leave will live." Dan Yuan's expression became cold again. The other family heads were even angrier. One of them shouted, "He's Shangguan Bingshi's father. Even he can't enter." Dan Yuan sneered, "We only recognize Miss Bingshi. We don't recognize anyone else, not even the Shangguan family head." The family heads were furious, but there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Shangguan Bingshi could persuade Zichun. When Shangguan Bingshi returned, she saw Zichun standing outside the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's formation. He seemed to be waiting for her. "How is it? Did you suffer?" Zichun asked. He already knew about Shangguan Bingshi. Shangguan Bingshi shook her head. "It's good that you're fine. Go back and rest for a few days. Zhang Haoyan will be worried if he sees you like this. When I came back, I saw him on the ancient road. He's fine. Don't worry." Indeed, when Zhang Haoyan was mentioned, Shangguan Bingshi's eyes lit up again. She nodded and turned to walk forward. Suddenly, she stopped. She wanted to say something, but she didn't in the end. Zichun said, "Go back and rest. I'll take care of this." Shangguan Bingshi nodded again and entered the pavilion. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's territory were busy. They were dissecting the mineral veins that Wang Qiong had brought back from the ancient beast world. After they were all dug up, their speed was much faster. Clang, clang. Almost the entire Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's territory was heard. This was an extremely huge project. All of the cultivators were working without rest or sleep, and there was no lack of senior elders among them. Wherever Zichun passed by, quite a few core origin cultivators would nod and greet him. There were many who didn't know Zichun. After learning about Zichun's identity, their eyes were filled with admiration and fanaticism. Zichun reached the border alone and saw Shangguan Feixiong and the others. Originally, he needed to call Shangguan Feixiong Sr. when he saw him, but today, he didn't need to. This wasn't because Zichun's strength had increased, but because Zichun was completely disappointed in Shangguan Feixiong. Pavilion Lord Zichun. The group cupped their fists at Zichun. Zichun nodded and said to the Dan Yuans, "Okay, you can go back to work." The Dan Yuans nodded and left. Then, Zichun looked at the family heads and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Zichun's voice was calm. There weren't many emotional fluctuations, but everyone felt great pressure. They didn't know what to say. After looking at each other, everyone's gaze landed on Shangguan Feixiong. Shangguan Feixiong apologized to Zichun again and said, "Pavilion Lord Zichun, we would like to ask about the ancient beast world." Zichun didn't wait for Shangguan Feixiong to finish and said indifferently, "The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion has retreated to the ancient beast world. From now on, no one from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion is allowed to step into the ancient beast world. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." The other family heads' expressions changed. Shangguan Feixiong asked, "Why?" Zichun sneered, "This is the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's development strategy. At the same time, we want to leave some resources for you so that you won't covet our resources every day." Everyone's expressions became awkward. How could they still ask the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion to send troops to suppress the demon race? They could only leave angrily. However, before they left, Zichun's voice sounded in Shangguan Feixiong's and Wu Yu's father's ears. "If you are in a life or death situation, you can come to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion They were naturally unhappy that Zichen didn't help, but they didn't dare to do anything. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was like a wolf with its fangs out. It was full of offensive and destructive power. Compared to when it was docile, it was even more disliked. However, no one dared to provoke it. Looking at everyone's backs, Zichen muttered, "If I can't get everyone to acknowledge me and be grateful to me, then I'll just be myself and only myself." Without the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, the other forces fell even faster. Soon, they were chased out of the ancient beast world. At this point, there was only the demon race left in the ancient beast world. In the entire chaotic land, all the forces and Dan Origin Realm experts blamed themselves and regretted it. In the past, they felt that their gains were too little and envied the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's gains. However, now that the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had left, they didn't gain anything at all. In the territory of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, everyone was working hard to mine the mineral veins. LV Peng returned through the teleportation formation after leaving for 3 months. "Zichun, I found the place and renovated it. Come with me to take a look," LV Peng said. Zichun waved his hand and said, "I don't know anything about this, so I won't be going. It's all up to you. Once the arrangements are made, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion can move. Furthermore, the move will be under your command." LV Peng nodded and stepped into the teleportation formation again. He returned after 2 months. "We can move now," LV Peng said after returning. The Pavilion Protection Formation was activated and LV Peng gathered a group of experts. Zichun was the leader. LV Peng pointed at the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and said, "We need to move this pavilion in the mountain. Also, we need to uproot the 4 mountain peaks on the 4 sides so that the formation won't be damaged." Chapter 988. 2 months after the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion left the ancient beast world, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion made another shocking move, puzzling all the factions in the Bedlam land. What is the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion doing? Those large mineral veins have not been fully exploited, yet they are leaving. Did they find new mineral veins? The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion abandoned some of the large mineral veins in the outer regions of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. There were no primordial core realm experts, not even true energy realm miners. The people of the major forces entered the mine to investigate and found that the mine was almost completely excavated, but not completely excavated. The remaining resources here were enough to make some small forces go crazy. The middle forces were tempted, and even the major forces would not easily give up. The Bedlam land was huge, and there were many mineral veins that had not been exploited. After being chased out of the ancient beast world by the demon race, these factions were all looking for mineral veins. Now that the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had suddenly left, it aroused suspicion. Did the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion find some large mineral veins and do not want these resources? Someone agreed with this guess. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was always lucky. They had stayed here for 10,000 years and did not find any mineral veins, but the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had found them. Moreover, the place where the pavilion was built was a rare treasure land. It was said that it was a land of dragons. "I don't know what kind of luck the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion has. They got all the good stuff," a family leader said angrily. Someone walked into the hall and whispered in Shangguan Feixiong's ear. Shangguan Feixiong's expression changed. They were in the market that had been destroyed and rebuilt many years ago. "What happened?" someone asked when they saw Shangguan Feixiong's expression. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's influence has shrunk once again. This time, a total of 5 veins have been emptied. 4 of them are similar to this one, but there is still 1 vein that hasn't even been mined by half. What? Everyone's expression changed. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion did not even want the primordial stone mineral veins. What are they doing? Everyone wanted to know the answer, but no one had an answer. At that moment, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had been uprooted along with the mountain below it and kept by the purple gold gourd. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously as the earth quaked and the mountains shook. After the Heavenly Barbarian Hall, Zichun began to collect the other mountains around him, such as the Treasure Pavilion and the Heritage Hall. While Zichun was collecting these items, groups of cultivators from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion were led by Dan Yuan and entered the pavilion. Most of them were true energy realm miners. They belonged to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, but they had never entered the pavilion before. Now that they had arrived, curiosity was written all over their faces. "Stop looking. Follow me," the leader, Dan Yuan, shouted. Then, he led his subordinates, who were all at the true element boundary, to an open space a few miles away. There was a huge transmission array there that led directly to the barbarian land. "You guys lead your men to the barbarian lands first. We'll be there shortly," LV Pong said to Wild Wolf and the others. Everyone nodded. Then, they led their men into the transmission array. Rays of light flashed and the figures of the cultivators disappeared one after another. There were only 3 decent forces in the barbarian lands. They were Lu, Wang, and Qin. Although Zichun had cut off all dealings with the Qin family, the Qin family had made a name for themselves in the barbarian lands with their extraordinary alchemy skills. Compared to the past, the Qin family was much more low-key now. Other than being intimidated by Zichun, the main reason was that the Qin family could only be ranked 3rd in the barbarian lands. On this day, the cultivators who were investigating the ruins suddenly felt the earth tremble. Then, they looked up and saw a blinding light flashing in the depths of the ruins. This light was extremely bright. It shot straight into the sky and did not dissipate for a long time. Ultimate treasure. The ultimate treasure has appeared. Hurry back to the family and report. A group of cultivators exclaimed and hurriedly reported the news. Soon, some Dan Yuan experts heard the news and arrived outside the ruins. After so many years of development and the appearance of the calamity avoidance pill, the barbarian lands had completely changed. There were many Dan Yuan experts. When they saw the light in the depths of the ruins, their faces were filled with excitement. Then, they went deeper into the ruins. After hundreds of years of exploration, almost every family had at least one path that led to the depths of the ruins. When they reached the depths of the ruins, they found that the depths had changed greatly. As far as the eye could see, there was an empty area. On the ground, there was a stone soil that was emitting light. Clearly, there was a formation operating here. The originally dilapidated ruins had long since disappeared. This place was empty and neat. At a glance, this empty area occupied hundreds of miles. The rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth emitted colorful lights that floated in the sky. The light was at the center of this empty area. The light did not dissipate for a long time. It was not the appearance of an ultimate treasure. Instead, it was a huge transmission array. At this moment, the transmission array was flashing continuously. Groups of cultivators appeared one after another. These cultivators were of different realms. They ranged from true essence to Dan Yuan. After they appeared, they left the transmission array and arrived at the empty area. What's going on? The Dan Yuan experts of the various forces looked at the Dan Yuan experts of the Lu family who had arrived first. Zichun wants to rebuild the Wuji sect, an elder of the Lu family said. What? Rebuild the Wuji sect? Zichun is back. Everyone exclaimed. The news of Zichun's return had not spread in the barbarian lands yet. Why did he bring so many people to rebuild the Wuji sect? The Wang family expert asked. The elder said, the former Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion moved back and changed its name to the Wuji sect. When the Wuji sect was established, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion disappeared. When everyone heard this, they sighed. Moving the entire sect was obviously a big move, a really big move. More and more cultivators came out of the transmission array. There were already more than 10,000 of them, and the number of Dan Yuan experts had already exceeded 100. They stood neatly on the empty ground like soldiers waiting to be inspected. In the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, Zichun had already put away the Inheritance Hall and the Treasure Pavilion, as well as the other 2 mountains. LV Ping nodded and said, it's done. Just use these mountains as the foundation. At this moment, in addition to groups of cultivators, there was also a large group of Dan Yuan experts following Zichun. LV Peng said to them, go and take away all the halls and pavilions that can be taken away, so that we don't have to rebuild them when the time comes. The group of Dan Yuan experts nodded and then went to the mountains. Most of the buildings in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion were built on the mountains, and more than 90% of the mountains here had been cut off at the waist. Wu Lu flew over from afar and said, "We've successfully evacuated 12 mineral veins. The others are still being mined and will be evacuated gradually." Zichen said, "Tell everyone to speed up." Wu Lu nodded and then retreated to the side. Zichen scanned the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and asked, "What should we do with this place?" LV Peng said, "There's only one teleportation formation left here. It's to be used at critical moments. Once we've completely moved, the formation here will be fully activated and connect with all the underground spirit veins, forming an impassable zone." The number of cultivators in the ruins was close to 100,000. Such a large number shocked the local forces. At this moment, a light flashed again, and Zichun and the rest appeared. "Zichun, it's really him. He's really back." Everyone saw Zichun at a glance. After Zichun appeared, he looked around. LV Peng explained, "This place has been flattened with a formation. After a few days, the ground will completely turn into flat mountain rocks. What we need to do now is to use these mountains as the formation foundation. In the future, the expansion of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion will be centered on these mountains." After that, LV Peng gave Zichen pointers on where to place the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's main hall and the other mountains. This was extremely precise. Zichen released the mountains according to LV Peng's instructions. Seeing the towering mountains falling from Zichen's small gourd, the local forces cultivators in the distance were completely stunned. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard continuously as the mountains fell. The main hall was on the mountain peak, and it was surrounded by rainbow-colored spiritual energy clouds. It was like a fairyland. LV Peng was in charge of the reconstruction this time. He said to the primordial core cultivators, "Take the elixir weapons and move outside with this empty space as the center. Wherever you go, all the formations will be destroyed and the formation foundation will be shattered." The primordial core cultivators nodded and then started to move outside, destroying the original remnants of the formations. If all the people in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion were to migrate back, there would be hundreds of thousands of people. Naturally, a place that was only a few hundred miles wide would not be able to accommodate everyone. Therefore, after the main building was built, they started to expand until they occupied more than half of the ruins. During this time, LV Peng had already sketched out a blueprint in his mind. It included the area where the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion would be built. As it was a sect, an extremely formal sect, LV Peng had arranged for the inner sect, outer sect, and servants. If one wanted to become an inner sect disciple, one had to be at the primordial core realm. The outer sect disciple was at the flight realm, while the servants were at the vital essence realm. As for the servants, they did not have any servants yet. However, after the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was built, they would recruit servants from the barbarian lands. These servants were all mortals with the potential to cultivate. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion provided them with resources to cultivate. Once they had a breakthrough in their abilities, they would be promoted and become servants or enter the outer sect. This was a simple idea in LV Peng's mind. They needed to build areas for these people to live in. As for the specific division of ranks and duties, they would need to communicate with Zichun and the rest in detail after the construction was completed. According to the blueprint that LV Peng had sketched out, all the cultivators were busy. They were busy without sleep or rest. During this time, LV Peng led some cultivators who knew about formations to rebuild the sect's protective formation. Zichun also returned to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion several times to collect a few more mountains without affecting the power of the great formation of the Land of Despair. Hundreds of thousands of people were busy. Finally, after half a year, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was successfully built. The forces of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion in the Land of Chaos also completely withdrew from the Land of Chaos. In the clouds, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion sat at the top. It was like a celestial pavilion. However, the words Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had been changed to Wuji Pavilion. Chapter 989. Zichun stood on the 9th floor of the palace and looked down at the entire Wuji sect. As far as the eye could see, there were rows of neatly arranged buildings that stretched for thousands of kilometers with the everlasting palace at the center. The entire everlasting sect was divided into several regions. There was the residence of the senior elders, the inner sect, and the outer sect. Everyone in the heavenly barbarian pavilion had retreated. There were hundreds of thousands of members in the Wuji sect now. Even the weakest cultivator was in the true energy realm. Sect leader, everything is ready. It's time to open the sect. Wu Lu walked up the stairs and stood behind Zichun. The heavenly barbarian pavilion had changed its name to the Wuji sect. Zichun had successfully become the sect leader. The Wuji sect didn't invite other forces to the opening ceremony. Zichun followed Wu Lu down the stairs and left the main peak. They walked to a huge square. This was a martial arts arena. A 100-meter-tall platform was built in the middle of the square. Zichun stood on the platform. Beside him were the demon ape and Wang Qiong. Behind him were Wu Lu, Hei Feng, and the others. Below the platform was a group of cultivators from the Wuji sect. They were led by a group of core essence cultivators. Their realms were ranked from the late stage to the early stage. Then, they were in the air. Behind them were the true energy realm cultivators. Hundreds of thousands of people stood together. They were so densely packed that one couldn't see the end of them. From today onwards, the heavenly barbarian pavilion will no longer exist. We will face the world with another identity, and that is the Wuji sect. Zichun looked around and said coldly, "Today, the Wuji sect is officially established. Greetings, sect leader." The cultivators of the Wuji sect bowed to Zichun. Zichun waved his hand and signaled for everyone to stand up. He said loudly, "From today onwards, the most important thing for all of you is to cultivate. Try your best to increase your strength as quickly as possible. I promise that all cultivators who have reached a bottleneck can apply for resources to break through the bottleneck. There's no limit to the resources." Below, hundreds of thousands of cultivators were excited when they heard this. They shouted, "Sect leader again." "All right. Next, I'll announce the personnel appointments," Zichun said loudly. The hundreds of thousands of people immediately fell silent. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Elder Gue will still be the Grand Elder of the Wuji sect. He will enjoy the same treatment and authority as the sect leader. As soon as Zichun finished speaking, a beam of light flashed on the stage and Elder Gue appeared. A black and white token appeared in Zichun's hand. This was the Elder's token. After Elder Gue took it, the crowd below started to shout, "Great Elder!" Old Gue nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't stay for long and disappeared in a flash. Wang Qiong will be appointed as the vice-sect leader. He will have the same authority as the sect leader. Zichun took out another token. The token was still black and white, but it was a unique sect master token. Its effect was similar to that of the Supreme Elder token. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had been established for close to 200 years. Zichun had spent less than a quarter of his time in the pavilion. The rest of the time, he had been led by Wang Qiong. When Zichun had been in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, he had only represented a powerful deterrent and a belief. The ones who had truly brought the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion to prosperity were Wang Qiong and the rest. Hence, Wang Qiong enjoyed the same authority as the sect leader. No one had any objections. This was also the result that everyone wanted to see. Wang Qiong stepped forward to receive the token and enjoyed the attention of the crowd. Everyone shouted in unison, "Deputy Sect Leader, appoint LV Pong as an elder. He will be given an elder's token and a mountain peak. He will be in charge of the array masters of the Wuji sect." Zichun's voice rang out again. The Wuji sect was mostly flatland. There were very few mountain peaks. Zichun had moved them over from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. On each mountain, there were people who had contributed greatly to the Wuji sect. LV Pong was the #1 array master in the Wuji sect. Over the years, he had nurtured many array masters with great potential. When the war started, the array masters would play the most important role. Zichun needed such a strong team. Therefore, he asked LV Pong to form his own faction in the Wuji sect and let him choose from all the geniuses. Appoint Wild Wolf as an elder. He will be given an elder's token and a mountain peak. He will be in charge of the ancient beasts of the Wuji sect. Wild Wolf was originally an ordinary wild beast. However, he had broken through to the primal core realm. Regardless of whether it was his talent or his opportunities, he was extraordinary. It was best to let him take care of the ancient beasts that were still alive. Appoint Black Wind as an elder. He will be given an elder's token. Appoint Zhang Tong as an elder. He will be given an elder's token. Appoint. Zichen appointed 5 more elders in one go. However, it was only a position. He did not give them any mountain peaks. Appoint Qin Xing as an elder. He will be given an elder's token and a mountain peak. He will be in charge of the Wuji sect's alchemists. Appoint Qin He as an elder. He will be given an elder's token and will be in charge of the treasury. Appoint Ling Er as an elder. Today, Zichen appointed more than 20 elders at the opening ceremony. These people had followed Zichen for a long time. After many years, almost all of them had broken through to the later stage of the primal core realm. Not only were they elders, but they were also extremely powerful existences in the heavenly barbarian pavilion. After everyone was appointed, some observant people realized that Wu Lu was not assigned a position. It had to be known that Wu Lu had been at the heavenly barbarian pavilion's beck and call all these years. Indeed, when it came to the last one, Zichen mentioned Wu Lu. Appoint Wu Lu as a steward. He will be in charge of all matters of the Wuji sect. He will be given a steward's token. His position will be second only to the sect leader. An uproar broke out in the crowd. Everyone was very surprised by this appointment. When Wu Lu heard this, he was even more stunned. It had to be known that the current Wuji sect was fully formed. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the sect. However, he had been assigned a steward. This position sounded like a steward, but his position was second only to the sect leader. This meant that among the hundreds of thousands of people in the Wuji sect, Wu Lu's position was second only to Zichen, Wang Qiong, and Elder Gue. He was definitely above the hundreds of thousands of people. When he thought about Wu Lufeng, who had thousands of people, and then looked at the hundreds of thousands of people in the Wuji sect, Wu Lu was excited. He also sighed that he had made the right bet back then. Zichen's appointment ended here. As the sect leader, he had nothing to do with appointing the elders. The following appointments would be made by the elders. LV Peng raised the token in his hand and said loudly, "Formation Masters, follow me." As he finished speaking, rays of light flashed from the crowd below. These were all Formation Masters, and they left with LV Peng. Alchemy Masters, follow me. Qin Xing also shouted with the token in his hand. A few more people left the crowd, but there were even more people who did not leave. The following appointment and selection was a truly complicated process. However, they were the same as Zichen. After appointing a few leaders, they became hands-off managers. Next, these people would appoint others. This appointment was somewhat hasty, but after a period of adjustment, everything would be better. This appointment ceremony lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. After 2 days and 2 nights, there were no more cultivators here. Everyone had been assigned. The entire Wuji sect began to operate. However, with hundreds of thousands of people together, it obviously needed a period of adjustment. In the Wuji palace, except for Gue Lao, everyone gathered again. Zichen sat at the head of the table. "You guys prepare well. In 7 days, we will begin to recruit servants. If you encounter someone with high potential, you can directly take him as a disciple. In order to establish a sect, in addition to experts, more servants and fresh blood were needed." Back in the chaotic lands, fresh blood was the endless stream of true energy boundary and Zephyr realm cultivators. However, in the barbarian lands, this fresh blood was the talented mortals. Everyone nodded. They were also full of anticipation for the recruitment in 7 days. The barbarian lands had undergone earth-shattering changes. The spiritual chi here had become extremely rich, so much so that it had surpassed the chaotic lands. Therefore, among the mortals born in these years, there were indeed many talented ones. Occasionally, there would be a shocking talent. During the selection, except for the Xiantian realm cultivators, LV Peng will pick the disciples with potential first. After LV Peng, it will be Qin Xing, and then you guys. LV Peng and Qin Xing were happy when they heard this, but the others were somewhat disappointed. Zichun waved his hand and threw out pieces of golden jade slips. The golden jade slips landed in everyone's hands. Zichun said seriously, "Remember the cultivation method here. This cultivation method can only be used a few times. Remember, it is not to be taught to non-direct disciples." The golden jade slips recorded the perfect cultivation method. As core realm cultivators, everyone had extraordinary knowledge. As they probed it with their spiritual senses, their expressions changed instantly. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the palace. Then, Zephyr Realm Cultivator walked in. "Greetings, Sect Master, Vice Sect Master, and all the elders." Zephyr Realm Cultivator bowed respectfully. "There is something." Zichun looked at Zephyr Realm Cultivator. "Sect Master, there is someone outside looking for Vice Sect Master." "Looking for Vice Sect Master? Who is it?" Zichun was puzzled. There was a second of hesitation on Zephyr Realm Cultivator's face. Then, he said, "It is a woman and a young man. They said they are the Vice Sect Master's wife and son." Wife and son? Zichun was stunned. Then, he looked at Wang Qiong and asked, "You have a son?" No one was surprised except for him and the devil ape. Obviously, everyone knew about it. Wang Qiong nodded. "Why haven't I seen him before? Why haven't I heard you mention him?" Zichun asked. Wang Qiong said, "He was brought to the Wang family the moment he was born. I have seen him a few times, but I haven't seen him for 7 or 8 years." "Why didn't you let him stay in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion?" Zichun asked again. Wang Qiong smiled and said, "I'm afraid he is too proud. After staying in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion for too long, he has no ambition." "What do you mean, no ambition?" "The Vice Sect Master is afraid that his son will compete with your son for the position of Sect Master in the future, so he let him return to the Wang family," Ling said from below. Zichun was stunned when he heard this. He did not think in this direction. First, he did not have a son. Second, he was brothers with Wang Qiong. This was the first time he heard that Wang Qiong had a son. He was overjoyed. How could he think of anything else? The others did not have any expression on their faces. Obviously, they all knew about this. Wang Qiong said, "Ling don't talk nonsense." Zichun waved his hand and said seriously, "The Wuji sect does not belong to me, Zichun. It belongs to everyone. The sect master's inheritance is for the virtuous and capable, not for a single person. In the future, whoever is capable will be the sect master." Chapter 990. Eternal Weapon City, Lu Family. The Everlasting Sect's first stop to recruit workers was this place. This was set when the Everlasting Sect was founded. The Lu family had spread the news early on. This time, Yongqi City's gates were wide open, and everyone could enter the city. Moreover, after the grand opening ceremony, LV Pong and Qin Xing arranged for their subordinates to fly and Dan Yuan to search for mortals with good aptitudes in the entire region. In just 7 days, Eternal Weapon City was packed with people. Most of them were mortals. Even though they knew the Boundless Sect was recruiting odd job workers, they still wanted to send their children here. Everyone knew that the Everlasting Sect valued talent, not family background. That was why the people waiting to be tested were all very polite and didn't try to pressure others. That was because no one could be sure that a beggar you looked down on might actually be a true disciple. 7 days later, the experts of the Boundless Sect arrived. Leading them was the current sect master of the Boundless Sect, Zichun. Zichun's name had long since become a legend in the uncivilized lands. There were countless stories about him. After hearing that Zichun had arrived, the crowd immediately became restless. Cries of surprise rang out continuously. Some people even hoped that Sect Master Zichun would take a liking to their children. Even if they didn't dare to say they were true disciples, just the status of a nominal disciple would be enough to bring glory to their ancestors and never have to worry about anything. Sect Master Zichun. The people of the Lu family hurried forward to greet him with a humble attitude. Zichun nodded in response. "The arrangements below have already been made. Sect Master Zichun, please follow me." The people of the Lu family led Zichun's group to a stone platform. There was a row of seats neatly arranged on the platform. Everyone sat down. Zichun sat in the middle, LV Pong and the others sat to the side, and the people of the Liu family sat to the side. "All right, let's begin," Zichen said indifferently. The people of the Liu family nodded, then gestured for everyone to hurry forward. The first one to step forward was a child of about 8 years old. At such a young age, he had already embarked on the path of cultivation. There was a hint of pride between his brows as he took a few steps forward and placed his small hand on a crystal ball in front of Zichun. The crystal ball immediately emitted light. He had played this kind of trick countless times at home. He even knew what kind of light it was. The crystal ball glowed, and he looked up at Zichun. Only then did a hint of nervousness appear on his face. Zichun nodded indifferently. Nodding his head meant that he had passed. The young man should have been happy, but not only was there no happiness on his face, there was instead a lot of disappointment. Zichun, who was just about to nod, suddenly glanced at the young man and said indifferently, "You didn't pass." Next. The sudden change caused everyone to look at Zichun in confusion. As for the young man in front of them, he stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. At this moment, the crystal balls in front of LV Pong and the others were also emitting light. Each one of them was a youth with potential. Zichun swept his gaze over the crowd and said indifferently, "Those who have embarked on the path of cultivation, please step forward. Today, we are only accepting ordinary mortals." Zichun's actions completely stunned the Liu family. It had to be said that this matter had been arranged by them, so for the sake of convenience, they had arranged for all of the youths with potential to be in front of Zichun, LV Pong, and the others. Their goal wasn't purely to enter the Boundless sect, but to become disciples of these people and become direct disciples. But they hadn't expected that Zichun would disqualify the others as soon as he tested the first one. It had to be said that LV Pong and Qin Xing had clearly been moved by this. Clearly, they had found someone they liked. But when they saw that Zichun had no intention of continuing to explain, they could only tactfully shut their mouths. After the Liu family waved their hands, dozens of youths at the front of the line left in disappointment. "Uncle, their potential isn't bad. Why did you give them up?" A young voice came from behind Zichun. This was a youth around 15 or 16 years old. He had delicate features and a heroic aura. Unfortunately, the hairs at the corners of his mouth hadn't yet faded, making him look slightly immature. He was Wang Qiong's son, Wang Weiyu. It was said that this name had been given to him by Wu Yu, meaning that Wang Qiong was afraid of Wu Yu. Zichun treated Wang Weiyu extremely well. Although Zichun didn't have any children, everyone could sense that Zichun treated Wang Weiyu even better than his own children. At this moment, no one dared to ask. Only Wang Weiyu wasn't afraid. Zichun rubbed Wang Weiyu's head and smiled. "Potential doesn't represent everything." "Ah, if potential doesn't represent everything, then what does?" Wang Weiyu didn't understand. "You'll understand in the future." Zichun's potential could only be described as ordinary, but he had his current accomplishments. As long as he had enough resources, even someone with a slight spirit root could be nurtured into a Xiantian cultivator by Zichun. Potential could only represent your starting point. It couldn't determine your entire life. Zichun was recruiting people here to provide them with an opportunity. Whether they could soar to the heavens or not depended on whether they could be mediocre. In Zichun's eyes, potential didn't represent anything, but attitude did. When the Liu family member saw Zichun nod, he was extremely disappointed that he hadn't been able to become Zichun's direct disciple. He wasn't happy that he had entered the everlasting sect. He felt that his talent was high enough to enter the everlasting sect. If he entered the everlasting sect with this kind of attitude, he would feel that the everlasting sect would provide him with all the resources in the future. He wouldn't feel grateful to the everlasting sect, and he might even resent the everlasting sect for their unfair distribution of resources in the future. Zichun wouldn't recruit such a person, no matter how high his potential was. Moreover, in the Wuji sect, there were too many people with high potential in terms of elixir essence and flight speed. The Liu family member seemed to understand Zichun's meaning, and he secretly regretted that he hadn't explained things properly. This was just a guess Zichun had made after seeing the other party's expression. It couldn't be 100% correct, but Zichun's thoughts would determine everything. In front of Zichun, the crystal ball lit up again, but the light wasn't very bright. It was much dimmer than before. It could be said that this person had potential, but not high. Under the other party's expectant gaze, Zichun nodded.
Pass.
The youth was extremely excited, almost jumping up and down in excitement. His family members, who were watching from afar, were also extremely happy. Among the mortals who came this time, there were many disciples with potential. Over 500 people were recruited on the same day. Some had good aptitudes, and some had bad aptitudes. However, Zichun would accept any mortal who could make the crystal ball glow. As for how far they would go in the future, that would depend on them. That night, the Liu family members came to the inn to find Zichun. Evidently, they were here to discuss the matter of the youths. Zichun said, "They've already embarked on the path of cultivation. They started early and have a high starting point, so it's not suitable for them to hang around with mortals who have never cultivated before. This will make them feel superior, which will make the mortals feel inferior. After this, I will give you some quotas. You can send them directly to the everlasting sect." Zichun had left some quotas for the Liu family, but the Liu family members weren't happy. After all, these people would be branded as members of the Liu family. Perhaps they would be given good resources, but they would never be able to come into contact with the core of the everlasting sect, and they would never be able to become core members of the everlasting sect. Damn it! The Liu family members were furious, but they were also very regretful. They hadn't expected that the cause of all this was a youth. That youth had the highest potential in the Liu family, and he was usually spoiled. They hadn't expected that he would cause such a disaster today. The next day, the recruitment continued, and it lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, Liu Peng and the others didn't find anyone with high potential who could be accepted as a true disciple. However, there were quite a few who had potential, so the overall harvest was great. On the 8th day, the recruitment in Eternal Weapon City had come to an end. Next, they would go to the other large cities, where the other forces had already made their preparations. Just as Zichun and the others were preparing to leave, a figure ran over from afar. It was a 5 or 6-year-old boy. His clothes were tattered, his body was thin, and he even had a long nose. He seemed to have run over from a very far place. Although he was thin and bony, he was sweating profusely. "Are you still recruiting?" He took a deep breath and sniffed the snot into his nose. Looking at Zichun and the others who were about to leave, he asked nervously. On his dirty little face, there was hope and fear, but his eyes were firm. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. In fact, there was no need for a test. They only needed to use their spiritual sense to sense the little guy's potential. He had almost no potential at all. Seeing everyone shake their heads, the little guy's eyes were filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. He took another deep breath and asked, "Can I try?" The others wanted to say something, but a light flashed in front of Zichun, and he said, "Come, you can try." Everyone looked at Zichun in surprise. They had already seen that the little guy had no potential, so Zichun should be able to see it too. The little guy stepped forward, but he didn't take the test. Instead, he bowed to Zichun and said, "Thank you. Come, try." The little guy took a deep breath and placed his hand on the crystal ball. Everyone stared at the crystal ball. Even though they already knew the result, they still wanted to see it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. There was no reaction from the crystal ball, not even a little bit of light. Sighs came from all around, and the young man's firm eyes wavered. Suddenly, the crystal ball released a dazzling light. The light was as dazzling as the sun. Seeing the dazzling light, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? They couldn't understand how the little guy with no potential could make the crystal ball release such a dazzling light. The little guy stared blankly at the glowing crystal ball in front of him. The wavering eyes became firm again. "Good, good, good." Zichun said good 3 times. With such potential, it can be said to be superior. "Are you willing to take me as your master?" Liu Peng and the others turned their heads and looked at Zichun with a strange look in their eyes. The little guy was also stunned by the sudden happiness. He was stunned and didn't answer immediately. However, under the exclamations from all around, he quickly reacted. He took 2 steps back and kowtowed. "Disciple Chun Feng greets master." Envious gazes came from all around. Obviously, such a good thing fell on this slug. Zichun said happily, "Your potential is very high. I will teach you a cultivation technique that is suitable for you. However, I want you to improve twice as fast as others. Otherwise, I will take back the cultivation technique and abolish your cultivation. Master, don't worry. Disciple will work hard and not disappoint Master. Chen Feng kowtowed again. Zichen pointed at the space between his eyebrows, and a cultivation technique appeared in his sea of consciousness. After returning to the sect, I will provide you with resources. You don't need to do anything else. You just need to cultivate. However, I will let you see your progress.
Yes.
Although Qin Feng felt that this cultivation technique was strange, he still nodded. After that, Zichen turned his head and said, I have already recruited a disciple, so I won't go anywhere else. You all can go. Ling Er, Qin Feng will be your junior brother from now on. Take good care of him, but don't help him while he is cultivating. Got it. Ling Er dragged her voice out. After that, everyone left with Qin Feng. As for the other children who passed, they were brought back to the everlasting sect. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.